manifesting through the pain. I reach for you like a fading ghost, like a vapor of smoke. You look back but didn't see me. One day you'll notice something missing, and you'll turn to look for me, and I'll be gone. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. I'm manifesting through the pain, like a whisper lost in the rain. In the night I'd fading like a ghost train. You have only yourself to blame. An empty carriage, a carnival of pain, with ghosts standing in the rain. My memory, your pain. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. I'm manifesting through the pain. In darkness you'll scream my name, but no one will hear. It's just you and your fear. I'll never be near. You'll imagine me, my hands touching, my ghost dancing. Looking into my eyes, you'll see all your lies. You'll remember all the tears I cried. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. Who's holding my hand in the darkness? Seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me. Cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes. A breath on my neck. Floating apparitions everywhere. something changed inside of me. The inner human slowly dead in me. I feel it come alive. The darkness brings me light. There ain't no stopping it, and you will never have from me. Pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night. Ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free.
Josh Turner, this is PRT. Join us in the real reality. Got a lot of stuff to do, man. I got a lot of stuff on my mind. Dishbone says, I'm always trying to support PRT. We'll go paywall if that's the next move. It might be. Because, we can't depend on people's donations. It's sporadic, and it's just not like Mondays. We don't ever get good donations on Mondays. Mondays, last night we didn't even break $100 in donations, and that's our big night. So, you do the math, and I don't like asking people for help or money. So you kind of have to look, man, I take off time from work to do this. And it's like, you start losing money. You start I could make more money if I do this. Because if I go and I work a post, somebody I don't have to pay to do it. So I have to pay somebody while I'm here. I have to pay somebody to do this. Gets expensive, man. So the more shows you do, the more money you got to pay. I didn't have to pay nobody to do Saturday. Saturday was easy. It was a day during the day. I just had to get up earlier and get my stuff done earlier. So I had to get up at 9 a.m. and get stuff done. But that was okay. Well, I guess I kind of did because I got off work. I had to get off 2 hours early because, since my partner had the heart attack last year, I've had to pick up the slack, my business partner, and I've had to work a patrol route. It's just gotten, and the thing is, there was somebody on that route. It's not like we didn't have somebody. It was just that I had to let go of 2 people he had. They were terrible. And they were just like, well, you could do it yourself. And I'm like, I will. Save me several grand a month. And then what happened? We just started doing it right now. Started doing it ourselves.
It's not that hard.
Yeah. It's time consuming. It can be tedious. But noise complaints are just Friday was a nightmare, dude. It was a freaking nightmare.
Yeah.
Last night, Tony was having to do it, and he had 52 people. And I'm sorry, 54 people were in the pool. He counted over there at one of the properties. And get this, that was only one side. There's 2 sides of that property. The other side had 20 something people. I think he said 26, something like that. It's crazy. It's nuts. So yeah, I would love to just not do that job and just sit back and whatever, but it's just not in the cards, man. I got things I got to do, man. I got a lot of people I got to help. If you guys can find it in your heart, take the time to go and vote for Ken, Gerhard, and Celine. They are running for, what is it? America's Best Couple?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can vote every day. I didn't know that, but we posted it in our group. We posted it on my page, on the Paranormal Roundtable page. If you're not on that, go check out that. And we posted it on a bunch of different places. So they're moving into the final 5. I think that they're going to move into the final 5. Well, it looks like they might be, who knows? Every round there's eliminations, and then you can donate and you can do more votes, but that's up to you. But you could go and vote every day. So I've been voting, and Ken and Ann are 2 of my favorite people in the community. I get along real good with them. I've spent a lot of time with them, hanging out with them and stuff. So let's bring on Tony Romo. What's up, Tony Romo? Oh, he's smoking cigarettes. I guess retirement now. You're just in the booth, right? You can smoke.
Pretty much. How are you, big brother?
Good, man.
Good. Good to see you.
So,
how's life this week?
God, dude, I felt like I've been doing stuff all day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. All freaking day, dude. Just every 10 minutes, something going on, something popping off. But it's like, it's good though, because it's like the universe is lining things up, and I was just like, boom, 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 boom.
Well, it's good.
You know, I had a situation with with one of my lawyers. It's kind of weird. I had the situation where in the place I used to live, like I sued them, right?
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, it's crazy. So then they tried to settle out whatever, and then their lawyer is actually a pretty good dude, man, and he's worked with us to try to get it done. So I just said, look, I really just wanted to. I mean, I didn't like the harassment from the one guy, so I said, look, I just want to walk away. They leave me alone, whatever. So that guy, actually, we became friends, and so he's helped me out, like, you know, do some stuff. So he's helped me with some other stuff. So that's funny. I
pretty
ended
good.
up talking to the guy, and we just became friends. You know.
Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, so he helped us resolve that situation, and now, you know, he's helping me with something. I said, yeah, you're a pretty good lawyer. I like you. You know, he's like, you're personable and you're fair. You're honest. That's the main thing. It's just, I respect honesty, man. You know, and a lot of people aren't. They're just not honest. They don't.
Especially lawyers.
Yeah, and I got my friend that's a lawyer next door, that works next door, and he's you know, working on some other stuff for us, because I got real estate things going on, and you got to have people look over stuff. You can't just sign things. You know, people will be like, "Hey, sign this." You know, there's a bunch of legalese in there. I think I know what it says, but what if I don't? Because I didn't go to school for that, so somebody else did.
For real.
Yeah, we got
they try and trip you up. They try and trip you up with that shit, man.
Yeah, you end up losing, dude. So you can't, you know, you got to have people you trust. And like, I have 5 attorneys, which is crazy. You got real estate attorneys, you got, you know, tax attorneys, you got credit attorneys, you got general practice attorney, and then I got defamation. What is it called? Not the defamation. What's it called? The trademark attorney.
Mm-hmm.
We have a trademark attorney.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like I'll FaceTime that guy. He's in Israel, right? He goes there in the summer, dude, when it's like burning up, and he'll be like, you see him. He's not a heavy set dude, but he'll be talking, and it just looks like he's like, it's very hot here in Israel. I was like, yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, no doubt.
Very hot, dude.
It's the desert in the summer.
He's Rain said copyright. Yeah, he's trademark / copyright attorney. Yeah. So, because we're working on a new logo, and I'm gonna have to, you know, get it trademarked, get it copyrighted. So you can't just somebody can't just rip it off. So you got, you know, take this and make it, you know. You can do it yourself. There's all these people that try to do it themselves. I don't recommend that. I would say spend the money and get it done correctly, because we tried doing that ourselves, and that thing just kept getting rejected, and it was like we couldn't get it done. It was like, no,
yeah, it's pointless. It's
pointless. So you just go, whatever. You know, some people, you'll never get people to be honest. It don't matter what they do, but you know, for the most part, you can get things done if you get it. You know, if you meet the right people. And I've been fortunate to have like really good people around me. I pray to God that I always have that, like good people, you know, around me. The bad people, they get weeded out, and then they go become part of a cult that attacks you. But you just, who cares? Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about those people. Don't you pay attention to them anymore. They've already been proven to be liars. They can say what they want. You know, they might sway a few soft in the head people said.
Yeah, but dumb people do dumb things, right?
They do. I've seen a few dumbass people that were in our chat, and then they're over there messing around. Like, believe what you want, listen to them, because all they do is that those people that don't like you when they can't tell the whole truth. So they're really good at like cutting out little clips and then taking it out of context, making it into a big collage and making you look like an asshole. I mean, who cares?
Always the way.
I mean, if I took the time to do the same thing to them, it would shatter them, because I would play the whole thing. I'm about the whole thing. Let's play it all. And so I got to point something out too to you, since I got you on here. We already got our first person in there. Sugar Britches, thank you for donating. Appreciate it. Look at this. So I got this shirt, dude. Look at these freaking. What does this look like to y'all? It look like. Yeah, I put it on today. I didn't even notice it, dude. It's a new shirt. It's not real new. It's been in my closet, but I
can't really see it from here.
Yeah, it's like a little star with a circle on it, dude. And I'm like, I'm sitting there going, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is the Boston Celtics shirt, right? And it's for. I got to tell you what it is. I know what it is. So this is the camouflage, right? So support the troops, right? So this is, folks, if you didn't know, this is the symbol for the United States Army.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. It's on all the Jeeps and stuff. All the
Yes.
Jeeps from World War II had the starred
Mhm.
circle on it.
So we have that is the United States Army symbol, dude. It's basically a pentagram. Now the star looks like it's breaking the pentagram.
Not
which I don't know.
basically. It is a
Oh,
pentagram.
it is. Well, basic is what basically
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
it is. They'll say it's not. That is like, but it's like, dude, this is the Army. So this is a salute to service shirt, and I bought it, thinking, I bought it online, and the company I bought it from, they're pretty their stuff fits really well. Like if you get a 3X, 4X, 5, whatever it is, it fits like that. Like that's how it fits. Some places you'll buy a shirt and you'll be like, what in the hell? I feel like, Chris Farley, or I'll buy a shirt and I feel like I'm wearing like a big old, like I'm in a sleeping bag. These shirts, they fit real well. And
Nice.
so I just bought it online. And I guess I didn't look at it close enough. And now I got these freaking little stars on there. And I'm like, what the freaking heck? And I noticed it. I didn't even, when I put it on, left the house, go in the mirror here at the studio. And I'm like, what?
Do you know who Uncle Sam is?
Who? Satan?
Samael, the fallen angel.
Yeah. Heard that before, but it's just so hard to wrap your mind around,
I know. It's crazy, eh?
Yeah. So you're just going like, okay, most people in the military, whatever, they'll see that L7, what's going on? They'll see that and they'll just be like,
Hey,
okay,
how are
it's a
you?
military shirt. Hey, but when you're on a paranormal show, people are going to look at you, they're going to say something, whatever. So these people will probably say something, but I did not realize what that was. It's just, to me, it's a military thing, whatever. And I have a ton of family and friends that were in the military. So what are you going to do?
It's all a big ritual affair, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Everything's a big screw around. So somebody said, Sage Cooley said, Samuel Jackson. That's Uncle Sam.
Different Samuel.
Samuel. But it is so weird because Samuel, do you know what that name means?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, you know what I was gonna say, but I don't want to be wrong, so I don't want to say. Anthony, look it up real quick because I don't want to say it and then because I might put my foot in my mouth on this one, but I'm not 100%. Because if I remember correctly, Samuel means like Prince of Peace, but I might be wrong. I want to make sure that I'm correct on this. But it's weird because it's only like a little bit away from Samael.
Yeah.
It says primarily means either name of God or God is heard.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not Prince of Peace. Prince of Peace would be El Shaddai, isn't it? Is it El Shaddai? Is that correct? Tell me one way or the other, Richard. You know a lot about the names.
I wish I knew. I would tell you.
You already got 2 wrong, dude. What are you doing in here?
I know. I'm 0 for 2 so far.
Go eat some Tim Hortons, man.
I know, right? Hey, if you're 1 for 4, you still make it to the majors, right?
I guess. I don't know, man. You're doing pretty bad. So let's see here. So Samuel means name of God.
Yeah.
Oh, see, and then Samael means venom of God.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that one? He's 0 for 3 already.
I know. We're on a roll.
Let's do some auditions for our new co-host. We need a new one. This dude is not. He does not represent Paranormal Roundtable or their interest.
Not
we need
this
to come
week.
up with a new co-host that is better, more informed. Not this man. This
It's a hell of a situation.
This is a situation. You created it. I didn't do this. It is not me. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. You're over here messing it up. So there, look, there we go. We got Chaplain Tony in the house.
Too much sun today.
Too much. What did you do? You went out to the beach?
No, I was up on a roof cutting some roof.
Breaking into the top.
No, not breaking in. We were putting in some skylights today.
Oh, really? What did you get paid for it?
Yes.
Oh, cool. So you could eat now. That's awesome.
Yeah. First time in a while.
You stop freeloading on people. That's good. You're making progress, bro. See this? Look, Tony, he hit a lick today. And that's why he can't think of nothing. He can't know nothing. today.
It was 41 degrees up in that friggin'
Okay,
roof, man.
and to us that's cold as hell. Okay,
Okay, so maybe
Translate it in
110,
dude.
110,
It wasn't no 110.
115,
It was not no 110 up there in Canada.
140.
He just he's lying so bad he's splitting to hell. So let's see here. Wedge says America's got paranormal. Yeah, dude, I'm going to tell y'all something, folks. If you get a chance and you're not busy watching Paranormal Roundtable or reruns, you got to go check out a show. I found it. Good thing I didn't watch it the other night when I was all freaking out, dude. And I ended up on Abe's show. I was having a weird night. It's a good show, man. It's kind of spooky. I'm not into those ghost shows where they go around and go, "Who is your spooky ghost here?" You know, I don't like that kind of stuff. But this one really, it caught my attention and it kept my attention, which is very important for me, just to keep me thinking. You know what I mean? So I'm watching it and I really liked it. It's called Ghost Town Terror, right? So what it is this family from Seattle, and I don't know them, but I'm figuring they're probably not Christian, because instead of rebuking in the name of Christ and doing the things they should have done, they just started calling like paranormal investigators, right? So you can figure they're from Seattle, right? There's only like maybe 3 Christians left in that city, right?
If that,
right? And then San Francisco, there's not even a Christian anywhere within 100 miles. It's just basically like ground zero for the devil.
Can you believe they closed down the whole Fisherman's Wharf?
What?
All of it's gone. Every last building in the Fisherman's Wharf is closed down right now.
For what?
I watched a show in San Francisco.
For what?
Why?
It's all boarded up. They're all out of business. Yeah.
They
I
run
watched
out of
somebody go.
fish?
They run out of
Fisherman- It was the nicest place I'd ever been in 2010.
Oh yeah, I went there in 2018. The last time I've been there 3 times, but that's crazy. So they just shut it down.
It's all shut down, all boarded up. There might be 2 or 3 restaurants open, and the rest of it is Dunsky.
That's the only thing that San Francisco had left going for it.
Yeah. That was one of the nicest places I'd ever been at the time.
One of my dumb friends, he's stupid. He's really stupid. His name is Josh Benson. Go ahead and look him up on Facebook. I said his name. Go ahead. He's a 49er fan, and he's stupid. I love him, but he's stupid, right? He's a stupid guy. He likes 49ers. He's like, oh, I don't like San Francisco, go back to 49ers. I was like, why? Why would you like that team from a town that you don't even go to? You're from another town. I'm not gonna say where he's from, but he's from here in Texas. I said, why would you like that team? He goes, oh, I've always been. Oh, no, you weren't. I remember when we were younger, he hated the Cowboys, is what it was, and he started liking them. I was like, yeah, right. Shut up. He hated the Cowboys, and he went to the enemy and started. That's what people do when they hate something. They run to the enemy of it, dude. That makes you really bad, because the enemy of whatever it is you hate doesn't mean they're good.
Yeah, my enemy's enemy is not necessarily my friend.
No, you just
Look at how it worked out with communism.
Yeah, you should just stay away from them too. That's basically hate both of them. It's like these people, though. I mean, he's over there like, oh, 49ers is the only good thing left. I said, no, there's nothing good left. They're horrible too. They're a horrible franchise. They're terrible. They're real big into that inclusion, but it gets to the point of like ridiculousness. It's a very liberal organization, just like all these other ones.
I met Lila Zato back in like 1990.
Really?
At an airport, yeah. Of
What was
course,
he like?
I'm sorry.
What was he like?
Well, I only talked to him for a few minutes. I mean, he was, he was like a big bear of a man.
He's a big guy. He was.
Yeah, he was. He was very nice too.
He's no Tony Romo.
It's just funny because the only way I recognized him was from the commercials that he did.
Yeah.
And at the time I was dating the youngest guy he had 7 older brothers, and they were all Raider fans. And we would go over their house, the one brother's house, on Sundays to watch football. And when a commercial came on, I said to the one brother, I'm like, oh, I met that guy last week at the airport. And he just looks at me, he's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, because I didn't know the guy's name, you know what I mean? And he's like, he looks at me, he's like, you met Lila Zato? I'm like, yeah, I was talking to him in the airport. So I told him I was talking to him about acting because, You know, I was young. I was like 19, and that's what I was interested in. And he calls all his brothers in, and he's like, she met Lalazito, and she didn't even know who the hell he was.
Yeah, that's how it always works, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, because so Tutoe says, I love the Raiders. I do too. I just glad that they left that godless state. Now they're in Las Vegas, which that's supposed to be the Sin City, right? But it's better than Cali now.
Yeah.
It's like, since
That's
thank
sad.
goodness you left that horrible state full of sin and went to Las Vegas. That's how you know you've really arrived in to be part of Satan's butthole, when you're when it's good that you left and went to Las Vegas.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
No, it's the other way around. They left the fire and just kind of went to the frying pan. California is horrible, man. California's full of gambling too. They're up there gambling. Anything goes there. It's evil, dude. They're just evil.
Who was it? Tupac that left Baltimore for Oakland for a better life or something like that.
Yeah, you're not gonna find a better life in Oakland. Dude.
Yeah.
You should have just stayed in Baltimore, man. At least Edgar Allan Poe's ghost is there. What's up, Abe? What's up, brother? Clint, if you want to get back in, dude, sorry, man. I'm letting the chat fill up a little bit till we get about 300 people in here. Somebody says, Lori Gibbs says, Vegas is better than San Francisco. You guys do not know real Cali. Have you ever lived there? Yes, I have, actually. So that solves that riddle. I'm going to say I lived there, but I spent a lot of time there. Like, I was kind of a vagabond and I bounced around. I can tell you a lot about California. I've spent a lot of time there. I've been there multiple times. Anthony, when you went for the first time, I pretty much was telling you where everything was at.
Yeah.
You know, I stayed a little bit up in Bishop or down in Bishop, whatever. I drove all through the valley. Really nice areas. Beautiful. Santa Barbara, very nice areas. I spent a lot of time in there. I spent a lot of time in California. Pismo Beach, Venice Beach, all the different beaches. Man, traveled the Pacific Coast Highway. Went from the far south, was down in San Diego, went all the way from the bottom to the top. And been through it many times and stayed there and been camped in different places and stayed in different places. It was wonderful back in the day. It was beautiful back in the day. But now, you know, not so much. The last time we went there, let me tell you, we went through LA. Well, we went through a bunch of different places, but when you were with us, Anthony, you saw it, the trash.
Oh yeah, it was
It
terrible.
was horrible.
It's like all over the side of the highway even.
We drove by USC or UCLA, and there was USC and UCLA. We drove, through it. And Anthony was like, what is all that white stuff? It looks like confetti. As it's trash.
Mm-hmm.
It's just trash.
It's all
everywhere, trash
over.
all over the place. San Francisco, when we were there in 2018, Scorpion, he's in the chat. He was there with me. We had to step over a dude that was rigged up, shooting up right there at the Exxon or whatever it was, whatever that gas station was. Going there to get something at a grocery store, and it's like $1 million. They're like, yes, that'll be $935,000. We're like, what? And then somebody comes up with an EBT card, and they're like, I'm gonna get this champagne. Right. It's freaking unbelievable. It's crazy, dude. It's nuts, dude. And then you have these ball players. I don't know if you guys know about this, that a bunch of them they're refusing now to, because they don't let California be their permanent resident. That's smart, right? But now California's like, no. You're spending more than 4 months or something like that. They're like, you have to pay the tax of California.
Mm.
So there were a couple of them that were saying that they were, I think Kershaw was one of them from the Dodgers. I think it was him, but don't quote me. He said something like they take like 48% of your money. Like if you make 12 million,
Canada.
you give 6 million. So you're going to give up part of that to the IRS, and you're going to give the rest of it to the state of California. They just rob your ass, and nobody wants to live there. So some of these California teams, they're having to pay a lot more money to get the players. So the players are like, "Oh, that's a lot of money," and you'll see them go over there, and you're like, "Wait a minute, are these people that stupid? You don't realize how much they're going to take from you, and then they don't re-sign." Because let's be honest, ball players aren't the smartest people on earth. I'm gonna be real. It sounds mean, but you see it. especially football players, when they allowed that freaking collective bargaining and profit sharing, and then they allowed what is it, the salary cap. What a bunch of dumbasses, dude. Football players gotta be the dumbest people. They're dumb shit. They're like, yeah, I'll do that. Let's do that. At least stupid. Why would you do that? You're just letting them rob you. It's crazy. But baseball players are a little bit smarter, man. They're still making like massive contracts. The highest paid football players doesn't even come close to the highest paid baseball player. Baseball players just madness how much they make.
Yeah, 120 million a year.
Oh, dude, it's crazy time. Back in I think it was 2000 and what was it? 03? I don't remember what year it was. Alex Rodriguez, you could look it up, Anthony. When Alex Rodriguez became the highest paid player on earth for anything, Texas Rangers dumbass paid that dude all this money, and they didn't have money to pay anybody else. Just like, well, what's up, Dale? How you doing, Mr. Pendergast? It's crazy, man. They didn't have money to pay anybody else, and you're just like, dude, these people, you're not going to make money. If you pay these, you're not going to make enough money to pay for the rest of the team.
It's in 2000.
2000, right? So I think he left in like 05 or something like that, wasn't it? 06? Something like that. 07 maybe? I don't remember what year it was. He left, and then he went to the Yankees. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, 03. He left in 03, right?
It says here 07.
Was it 07?
Mm-hmm.
What year did the Bo Sox? No. Couldn't have been. Because he went to the Yankees in 04. Could have swore he did.
Mandela effect, bro.
Mm-hmm. Because he joined them. The Red Sox tried to get him. Clint, what's up, man? The Red Sox tried to get him, and then they ended up.
Yeah, what's up, brother? What's up, Abe?
Yankees. So I know that because I'm a Bo Sox fan. I like the Celtics too. But I like all my Texas teams.
Okay, so it was 04 that he went to the
04,
Yankees.
yeah, because 03 the Red Sox lost the championship. Go watch a show. It's very inspirational. It's called The Comeback. Bless you. It's called The Comeback. It was on Netflix. I don't know if it still is, but it's about the Red Sox, dude. I know they lost in 03 and then they came back and they won in 04. 04, they were down 3-0 in a 4-game win. You got to win 4 games out of 7 in the ALCS to go to the World Series. Freaking Yankees had them down 3-0, and the Red Sox came back. It was unbelievable. It was one of the greatest. To me, that was the greatest World Series when they beat the Cardinals that year. I was so happy because the Cardinals beat the Astros to go to the World Series because the Astros were in the National League that year back then. Next year, Astros went to the World Series and got beat, but that year though the Cardinals had beat us, and I was I was watching every game of that Red Sox. I was mad. The third game, I gave up, and then the fourth game, I went ahead and watched it. And at least they won that game. And I tuned in the next time, and our next day they won again. Okay, maybe we can do something here. Then they tied it up. Then I was like, okay, we're going to win it. Then that's, until the Astros finally won the World Series, that was my only baseball team that had done it for me. It was the Red Sox.
You weren't stoked when the Jays won back-to-back in 92 and 93?
No, nobody gives a shit about that. That's Canada. Right. That's the 51st state. Nobody cares about that wasteland up there.
Hey, you guys could send in troops anytime you want, eh? Like, it would literally, you could drive one Abrams to Ottawa and take the whole country.
Vic Richards has given us permission to invade, folks. You heard it, folks.
Please.
You heard it first. He is a traitor to the race of the Canadians.
Oh, you ain't never seen a column like my 5th column, baby.
What's up? Oh, right here to the what?
Oh,
here.
I got it.
Oh, you want to use his? Because he got the key to the deal, too. Mm-hmm. So, Abe, how are you doing tonight, man? What's going on with you?
To me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had the late night show last night from like 2 to like 4.
Oh, shoot. And, you were on last night? Because I didn't. Yeah. I was looking for you, man. I didn't see you. I gave up.
Same.
Yeah, I went late at 2 in the morning. Around 2 in the morning to like 4. I hear somebody like there's an echo somewhere. I keep on hearing somebody talking in the background, like an echo. I don't know. Somebody's got a phone on or something.
Y'all hear an echo?
No.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's just me.
Hang on, let me check.
Yeah. So I went live from 2 to 4, and then I had an appointment at 8:30 this morning. So yeah, I went to the appointment. Then by the time I went to sleep, it was already like almost 11:30. So I just woke up not too long ago.
Yeah, I watched.
I think it might be my. Okay, it's mine. Okay, maybe that's better.
Yeah, because I watched a little bit of like catching up on that show that we did. I finished whatever, and then I saw that you weren't on, and I was just like, well, I'm gonna freaking do some work, on the computer, and then call it a night. And then I ended up watching a movie called The Cursed with my wife.
Yeah.
I finished watching it. It was a pretty good movie, except there was a couple things I didn't like about it.
Yeah,
But I don't know what you were on.
yeah, I did the regular people that show up every evening. They showed up last night, even late at night at 2 and 4 in the morning. They showed up, and no, I noticed that I put out some content last night dealing with a witch. I captured a witch with a hood and everything, pointy, not the hat, but like a colt, how they were in the colts. And it had a pointy tip up on top. Captured that, and I shared that, and I shared something that I call it the Death Rider, or like a wraith on some kind of beast, And my brother was with me on that investigation. It just happened where we were eating breakfast, and as we were eating breakfast, there was this lady being real rude behind us with her husband, and she kept on saying things because we're Hispanic, and she kept on saying things, like being disrespectful. She slammed her plate on the table. I guess she was pissed off because she was eating in a Mexican restaurant with Mexicans, right, or Hispanics. So it's like I just ignored the lady, and I'm saying it kindly. But when she slammed that plate, it's like, man, what's her problem, But I just ignored her, finished her food. We walked out, and my brother told me, hey, bro, you seen that lady, how she was acting? And they say, yeah, she probably sees the goodness in us, So it's the negative attachment she's got on her that's pissed off, right? So when we got in the vehicle, I seen an image of something, of a location that I've been to, but I hadn't been to this location in a long time. And I told my brother, so and he said, okay, well, let's go check out this location, And we went, and yeah, we caught some stuff, man. And there's this thing, which is, I call it the Death Rider or whatever. It's like on this beast, and it's sitting on it, like it's got some kind of armor or some crap. And I shared that footage, and there's other footage that I want to share for World Wednesday, where seeing how he looks, and there's movement, how he turns his head. He turns his head to the right, and then he turns his head to the left, and it's close proximity. It's not in the distance. It's like, but I'm going to share that footage on Wednesday for World Wednesday.
That's cool.
So yeah, a lot of activity. The only thing we could do after we witness is, pray against it. We type on the rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, my brother we prayed before we went in there, and we prayed during, and it's a quick video, one was 3 minutes because I did it off my phone. The other one was 5 minutes, but we caught activity, disembodied voices where they're telling us, get out, and stuff like that. Hear a little kid laughing. It's just these things. You got to be careful when you go out there, because you never know what you're going to encounter. But I feel that I could place there for a reason, and to be able to capture that, to share with the viewers, right, that this unseen spiritual war is very freaking real, man. It's more real than what people least expect.
Absolutely, and that's what we're dealing with here. So let me do this. Let's start. We got Clint and we got L7. Both Clint, I take it you want to tell an encounter?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Abe? Yeah, I don't know if you remember me being on the show. What's up, Bubba? How you doing, man?
All right.
So let me before you jump in though, because
Yeah, yeah.
L7 was in. Let me get L7.
Yep.
L7. How long is yours? Because you're picking up from yesterday, right?
Yeah. I have like a bunch of little short ones, and then just a little longer one about
Okay.
the Sasquatch.
So let's do it like this. You tell one of yours, and then Clint, you can tell yours. And if anybody else wants to jump in at any time, you can. There's a bunch of people that were saying they were going to be here tonight. I don't see them. They lied. Bunch of liars. Sick of these liars. Sick of them. Bunch of freaking mentirosos. All right, I'm kidding. So L7, go ahead and start. Tell us something good here. Let's see. Well, not something good because it's scary when stuff happens to you, but tell us something that we can sink our teeth into.
Okay, well, if you'd like, I could start with the, I guess, possible guardian angel. I'm not really sure. I'm assuming it. I was 4 years old, and I was born in '69, so you can do the math.
Same here.
Damn, y'all are old. Jeez, I'm only 50. I'm a kid. I'm still a child. I'm a little baby.
You were born in '69.
Tony,
Yes.
when were you born,
Graduated
Tony?
from high school in '69.
Oh my God. Now Abe is like, I'm just a kid. I'm just a baby.
Oh, baby.
Abe is a year older than my brother, man. I thought my brother was old. I always tell him that. I was like, dude, you're old. Don't even try to tell me nothing. He don't like it when I say that to him. But you know what's crazy though? We both have a dark hair on top of our heads. I mean, he can grow his hair, but he doesn't. He wants to be bald. He wants to look like that. Whatever. So go ahead, L7.
Oh,
Okay, so my parents were having like a little cookout, just some family members over, her sister and her husband, and my mother's brother, and just a handful of people, handful of adults, couple kids. We had like some powdery dirt around in the yard, so I was taking a twig, and I like to write.
Powdery dirt. What are you talking about? Is this?
You
You
know,
were
like
a
it-
kid, right? Okay, so you weren't. This wasn't.
Yes, I was 4.
Okay, I was about to
So-
say, what are you playing with out there? Powdery dirt. Come on.
Was it color white?
We call that cocaine, but that's fine. Whatever you want to. You can call it powdery dirt if you like. It's whatever. No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
And so, I always like to take a twig and draw in the dirt, and it was nice because like you could just wipe your hand across and erase it and then start over again. And so I'm like sitting down on my calves, and my hair was long, so with my head bent over, it's covering my face, like I can't see, left or right. And all of a sudden, I noticed a pair of women's shoes, leather shoes, and they were like a dark maroon navy color. They were two-tone. And her feet were like perfectly together. The toes were perfectly aligned on the shoes. And I started slowly looking up, and you could see up to just before her knees. And she was dressed in like a 50s style dress, with the real small pleats in the dress. And as I'm looking up, I'm like slowly looking up because, I don't know, it was just weird. I mean, you're at a picnic, it was the 70s, you know what I mean? And so I noticed she had her hands clasped in front of her. And she had, I believe it was red lipstick on, and she had dark colored hair in like a 50s style, up, done up. And she had, she had like a pleasant look to her face. I remember I wanted to hug her really bad. Like I really wanted to give her a hug. And I don't remember her moving her mouth, but she said to me, she said, do you know you have a little voice inside you? And I'm, you know, like I'm 4, so I'm like, what? I have a little voice inside me, you know, because I thought that was, you know, when you're little like that, like that's the coolest thing. You know, I got a little voice, you know, and that was inside me. And she said, yes. She said, always listen to that voice. And I was just so excited about that I ran over, which, I mean, my mother had to have been 20 feet away. And, you know, just to preface a little, the when up in the, like, coming from the driveway down to the house, like, it was all open. Like, you could see the driveway. It wasn't very far away. You had a good view from left to right. And so I ran over to my mother because I wanted to introduce my mother to her. And I started telling my mother, I'm like, Mom, I have a little voice in me. I have a little voice in me. So I grabbed her hand and I'm like pulling her over. I'm like, come on, I want you to meet the lady. I want you to meet the lady. And she's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And I'm like, the lady told me I have a little voice in me. And I turn around to look, you know, to point out the lady, and she wasn't there. And I can remember like being confounded. I'm like, what? She was right there. You know what I mean? So I look up towards the driveway, and it was so quick. I would have had to have seen her at least almost to her car, if not getting into her car. There's no way she could have, within you know, several seconds, jumped in her car and left, and nobody heard it, nothing. You know what I mean? And so finally, you know, because I'm like freaking out, like, where is this lady, you know? And my mom was like trying to calm me down because I'm like, the lady was just there. I don't know where she went. And she finally was like, well, what did she look like? So I described her to her, and she said that it sounded like her, the description of her grandmother.
Mm.
You know, so I mean, after that, like, for, you know how every so often you revisit a memory. So all throughout, like, I'd say that the next 15 years, that memory would pop up here and there. And I always, you know, when I got a little older, like starting to become a teen, I started trying to figure out, how do I discern like my own thoughts and the voice? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, I eventually did, but, you know, I just thought that was wild. Like, I mean, I've talked to some people about it, not too many people, you know, but I mean, I've never heard anybody talk about something like that, you know, even of all the videos I've gone through and stuff, you know.
Well, there, you know, and that's another thing too, Anthony. We should do a show on the guardian angel thing, because so many people do see things like that quite a bit.
I've had my life saved twice by mine.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you playing with powdery dirt too?
No, but I got shot at. I got shot at the one time and got attacked by a shadow demon the second time.
Self-aggrandizing. We ain't talking about all that. We're talking about that's how
this what it is.
We try to get everybody to feel bad for him.
Episode 124 or 123 and 124, friends.
This guy eats Tim Horton. Don't even worry about this guy.
He's sponsored by Tim Horton.
He's sponsored by Tim Horton.
You can't trust him.
Can't trust him. He's Canadian.
And don't let anybody tell you that female angels aren't biblical, because there's 2 of them in the Bible. So
who said they weren't?
I've heard people argue that before.
You hang out with some weird people, for real.
You have no idea.
Like, probably don't, man.
No idea.
We need to sign a petition to get Richard to come to the United States. We need to get him to the United States so he can come work and help and work out and do what we got to do.
He's got like 3 voices, like certain people from Oklahoma. They got like 20 voices in their head.
Dude, yeah, dude. He's got a multiple. I don't think Tony Romo's like that though. I think he just likes to say, "Oh, you had that experience. Mine was more better than yours." That's what he does.
No, I'm simply saying that she's correct.
But you had to point out that you've had 2 experiences. Oh, you had the ghost. I had 5 of those. I had 5. Oh, you saw a werewolf? I saw two of them. I saw
My
two of them.
mistake, L7. I didn't mean it like that.
You had a vampire
No, I
experience.
know.
You're like, I literally had 8 pints of blood drained from me. I'm not even alive. I'm dead right now. That's what happens. That's what happens.
I had
Like
some
always
white
one up
powder
in
the other day. I had a lot of white powder last night.
you were playing in the sandbox. I had a whole dump truck. It was a
I
whole
just
dump
found
truck.
it interesting because I never met. She would have been my great grandmother. I never met her.
That is
so-
interesting. I mean, that is okay. So that is so weird, dude. Okay, I'm not even gonna because I'll start going off into a rabbit hole. Let's get to Clint here. Clint, you've been waiting patiently. What do you got to tell us here? It better be good. I know that. No pressure.
No pressure. So
It's
I
only
have I have my tablet here next to me. I got 22 encounters that I've had.
Whoa.
Most of them dreams, a lot of sleep paralysis, a couple of them in person. I know y'all were talking about angels, but what I was thinking about talking about was possibly an angel that I encountered and my daughter's mother being possessed in a dream I had at her house as well.
I
But that's
had
your
5
ex, though,
sleep
right? Everybody's
paralysis.
ex is possessed.
I had
Which
5
one?
sleep paralysis. So just so you know.
Okay. Well, okay. So
I'm
you
teasing.
have
I'm
it.
teasing.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I mean, I think everybody thinks that their exes are possessed. I know that.
No.
any-
I mean, it actually happened. I mean, I'm not. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah,
but
yeah, mine
you're
too.
probably
They all-
right
they
about
all
that.
got
I mean, I'm with you on that. You're
Anytime they tried to argue with me, it was of the devil. I know that. I was like, "Oh, you trying to argue with me? That's because you're of the devil." You tell them that,
Yeah.
So which one do you want to hear first? I guess.
Let's take a vote in the audience there. Let's take a vote. Who's in the audience that takes
Yeah.
a
Do you
vote?
want do you want to see an angel that came into my work, or do you want my daughter's mother possessed with, and also a dream I've had and I was when I was in her house about some evil stuff that just happened. I mean, I have a bunch of stuff here, but and also I have pictures I'm going to show you that I already showed Abe, and I try to show you. I emailed them to you. I don't know if you've seen them yet, but I'm going to show them to you, and they're very
Dude,
awesome.
okay, let me tell you what just
Promise you.
happened. I posted a picture of what the web, what is it called? The web telescope, whatever.
Oh yeah,
It doesn't matter. The JW, whatever it is,
that
the
thing.
map
Yeah,
from
the
NASA.
James Webb. Yeah.
Yeah, the James Webb. So they had a thing of this weird canine looking creature running on the surface of Mars. So I posted that on the Paranormal Roundtable page and the Paranormal Roundtable group and on my personal page, a couple other places, and the fights started. People started arguing and saying stuff, saying goofy stuff. I had to like take comments down every day. I was like, this is why I don't post this. That right there is why. I just one person says, "Oh, this looks like that's not even from that place. That's from another place." Whatever, man. It doesn't matter. They're going to argue about it. So that's what the picture thing is like. You can't even. So if you give me pictures, I'll look at them and I'll think, "Oh, those are cool." I think I did see.
Oh no,
them.
you're gonna freak out actually.
Yeah. But I just.
Did you hear about the James Webb Telescope seeing? Apparently, we're supposed to have an alien invasion possibly in
Yeah.
November. Yeah,
That's what they were saying because of the spaceship. Or whatever. It's not going to happen. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not going to happen. Don't get your hopes up because you would probably hope at this point that we'd be invaded, so it would just end.
It's going to be a AI invasion.
Yeah. Something weird is going to happen.
That already happened.
You think it already happened?
Well, I think AI is plenty sentient, and it's just a matter of time before it absolutely takes over
And this
everything.
is what I'm
But
talking about. You are so negative. You were so negative.
AI
It's like
invasion.
Eeyore. He's like Eeyore. Oh man, depressing.
All right, so check this out, Josh. Here we go.
I'm messing with you, man. Go ahead.
I know, bro.
All right, so here's one picture right here I got of a cross. I don't know if you can see it.
I can't.
Hang on, let me make him bigger.
Oh, there. I see. What? Okay. What is that on? Where's that from?
That is from my work that I've actually. So I used to be a salesman. I used to sell motorcycles, dirt bikes, haulers, dirt bikes and all that stuff like that. But this was right outside my work. And this was a week after my grandmother passed away. She was a staunch Catholic, that's either here or there. But you got that one. This is a picture of my daughter right here. Okay. Now, if you notice the TV that's in the back, can you see the TV that's in the back?
Yeah, I see it.
Give me 1 second. Let me switch this camera thing.
Did you enlarge the picture there, Anthony?
Yeah. Give me one
If you
second.
guys are in the back in the chat, there's like 3 or 4 people still in the queue. So just be patient. Scott, Harp and Blues. I see you, Manisha. So you can.
Yeah, okay. So you see the TV in the back, right?
Yeah.
This thing is all jacked up. Give me one second. Let me fix this camera real quick. So all right, here we go. All right, so that's not even too much better, but
Oh, she's so cute.
she was 6 months old right there. All right, here we go. All right, so you see TV, right? And you see her, right? Now I'm gonna switch over. I can't show you this one yet. The picture I'm about to show you, but this one right here. Now this right here is the second picture I took, and that came out the TV.
Wow.
And I don't know how that actually happened, but if you look at the TV, with that coming out of the TV, there's no way in God's
Mhm.
green earth that can happen. I mean, it was off a crappy phone. This was back in like 2012, okay, and that happened. Now I'm also an Amazon driver now, and I took this picture right here. Let's see if I can get this to focus in.
Dude, I have a lot of photos that are like that with like stuff that looks like it's zipping around in front of it. I have photo albums and like every 5 or 6 pictures there's something weird in it.
Is that like a dragon?
It's like a dragon with the S in the middle with
That's
the
weird, dude.
looks like Satan, like with the S.
That is crazy. That's in the sky, huh?
Yeah, that's in the sky.
Dude, that is weird.
Yeah, it looks like it's graphene. You see the scalar waves to the left of the cloud there? Yeah. Oh yeah. All
It can't
over
be
the
a
screen.
dragon. It has to be graphene. Why you got to say that?
Well, I'm saying that graphene is sentient and that the scalar waves probably give it life.
And then this was the
Oh,
original
that's
picture
cool.
right here with both of them. It was 2 of them that actually showed up.
That's
So you got the
interesting.
one of the S in the back, and you got the one in the front, which I'm not sure what the hell was going on, but I got 666 a lot, with a few of my receipts that day. So we'll just say that. But
That is weird.
other other than that, so I see one here about my baby mama, right? All right. So what happened with her was me and her one night, man, we went to a bar, and this was probably back in, I want to say, I don't know, we'll say 2012 probably. Right, it's probably right before my daughter was born. Maybe 2011 even. And we left there, we went to a party. And right, and it was a house party in the neighborhood. And me and her, and everybody else was drinking, and I think we smoked some weed. But that's all we
wait,
did.
hold up, time out. What we
Uh,
do not condone.
We
the
don't
devil's
condone
lettuce.
it.
The
Right.
devil's lettuce. We don't do that.
Devil's lettuce.
You
Exactly.
people that will
You going
smoke,
to hell.
you will smoke one marijuana and you will lose your mind.
Straight to hell.
Did you go rob a liquor store after you smoked that marijuana?
Yep, I bet he did.
I can't remember, to be honest with you. You probably did.
Just look at that boy. He
You should
looks
be
like
in
a
prison.
rotten
You should be
child.
in prison right now. You should be out running around the street,
I just
boy.
got out, Jonathan. I want to go. I want to go back. No, I'm joking.
Reefer madness.
Smoking that dope.
Smoking that dope to get you messed up. Go ahead, Clint.
Real
Clint.
bad, dog. I'll tell you
Okay,
that
yeah.
much right now.
It's
But
horrible.
so yeah.
Never
Anyway,
touched the stuff myself, but go ahead.
never. Well, hey, hey, to each their own, dog. What a bunch of skirts, all right. So, but that's what my grandfather always said. So, what happened was we left the house. So, we went to this house party after at the bar. We didn't do anything different. And she always liked to, I mean, if you know how these certain chicks are, they always like to drive the car, which is my car, and they always want to drive. I don't know if you ever encountered that before, but they
Oh,
think
chicks that want to drive. They
they
also
think they're
vote.
better
Did you know
drivers
that?
than you.
They gave them the right to vote too.
Oh man, back in we could
Some of them even
get
become
that.
whole political office. I know it's horrible, but I mean, it is the way of the world. Yes.
Unbelievable.
Well, they should be able to get drafted too, right? Come on now.
We're not getting drawn into this gender debate here, bro. Tell the story. Go. We can go ahead. Go ahead.
So anyways, we're about to leave the party and everything like that. She's all right. Hey, I'm gonna drive. I'm like, all right, whatever. We ain't too far from her house. We're in a different county because she would live in a different county, like next to mine, I guess you could say. But anyways, we get in the car and we're leaving out the neighborhood, and it's not really too far from the main road where we have to turn a left on to go to the next main road to go down. And we didn't make out the neighborhood, and she's just going a little bit of the road. I said, all right, hey, listen, hey, get out. And trust me, with this chick, it was hard to argue with. But I said, all right, let's please get out, go to the passenger seat, get out. All right, cool. Bam, we switched seats. All right. And then now I'm driving out the neighborhood. Once I hit the main, not even the main road, but just the road to get out of the neighborhood on, once I hit that road, she literally, I mean, man, I don't even know how to explain it. It's easy, but I don't want to look like a fool at the same time. But when I looked over at her, she bent down in the seat. She like her head went halfway down the seat, and she started kicking my windshield, and her eyes rolled back in her head, and her tongue sticked out.
What?
And she was like, and the only thing she was saying the whole time was, "I hate you. I hate
That's
you."
that's not possession. That's just being angry and having.
No. This wasn't
What were
her. I
y'all
mean,
smoking, man?
listen, so I'm gonna tell
You
you the
heard what he
rest of
said.
the
He's
way
smoking the
that
devil's lettuce.
happened. I mean, well, it seems like it would be, right? Yeah. I mean, I agree with you there. I mean, I thought she took like an April or something, but then she didn't. I mean, we didn't. It wasn't around right then and there. I don't think it was, anyways. But I mean, no, she started. I mean, the whole thing started happening. I mean, she started kicking my way. I was like, hey, Heather. I was like, hey, that's her name. I was like, hey, just calm down. What the hell what are you doing? I'm like, stop kicking my windshield. What are you? And she wasn't coherent. She wasn't coherent at all. And I was like, yo, stop. And her tongue was still sticking out. Her eyes were still literally rolled back in her head. She was saying, I hate you. I hate you. I mean, it's crazy going off. And I made it to a gas station because I had to get gas. And unfortunately, when I got to the gas station, there was people around still at that late at night that seen her doing what she was doing. And I couldn't literally get gas. People were looking at me and like I was crazy and that I was kidnapping her or something. And she was still kicking my windshield. And I had to get back in my car, and I got on the phone immediately with her mother because we were going back to her mother's house, and we were about 10 minutes away. And I kind of called her 10 times and she wouldn't answer. Finally, and this other thing, okay, this other big thing, okay, when we got on her street, okay, which is about, we'll say 3 to 4 minutes away from her house by now. She screamed so loud and so demonically, okay, that I had, if you remember back, I had a 2002 Honda Accord. I had a double deck touchscreen, right? Josh, you remember those, right? The touchscreen, right? CD player, right?
I've never set foot in a Honda in my life, but yes.
Okay. Well, last forever, dog. Come on.
I'm bigger than the Hondas.
That's right. There you go. You got a point there. But the double decker, right?
Yeah.
That she screamed so loud, whatever the hell it was, it was a screech, and it blacked out my the whole thing, the whole double decker stereo, and it just went out. It just stopped working, and I finally made it to the house, and her mom finally got on the phone with me, and I said, please help me come get her now. And she comes out, and we had to carry her. I mean, it was so crazy inside, and we laid her on the bed. And trust me, her mom has seen her screwed up. And I don't want to get into about what her mom and her did. Right? I'm sure you could figure that out.
No,
but
not really.
okay, well, they did pills. But anyways.
Oh, okay. I was confused. I was like, what did they do? I don't know what they did.
Well, they used to, get rid of it and all that stuff like that, right? But I mean, but in any case, once we finally got her to our bed, I was talking to her mom. I said, "Have you ever?" She told me straight up. She said, "I've never seen her like this." Right? I said, "Yeah." She's on the bed, going around like a snake. She was possessed. I mean, I know she was possessed for a fact. I mean, I know she was. And I said, I don't know whether to take to a hospital or to a church, and the church is closed right now. And be honest with you, I wasn't in that mindset back then. I mean, I didn't know what the hell. I didn't know what to do. I was watching Ancient Aliens back then.
What you said is very interesting, though. I want to interject just for a second.
Go ahead. Yeah, definitely.
Because you said something. Now, the medical community will take somebody and go, well, this person has multiple personality disorder. They have dissociative
No.
behavior. They're this, they're that. They're depressed. They're schizophrenic. Whereas the church or the clergy will tell you, no, this woman has some sort of spiritual whatever
Attachment, maybe.
But here, like where we're at, we know that one follows the other.
Yeah.
Right? We know this. And we were talking just last night about, we had a couple people, L7 was on, and Rivas from Codega's Curiosity. We were talking about how when you come across something here, the audience here knows not to just look at it through that physical, mental lens, because there's a spiritual element to it. That being said, the point is that when something like this happens, now for sure that this could be something demonic. But the demonic, folks, it does cause medical problems. Like, it will cause somebody to have all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and drug abuse a lot of times is demonic, because the demons are actually pushing you to do that. Because you are a vessel. You're a vessel. One of the things I saw that movie last night, The Cursed. I didn't agree with the gypsy part of it, because the gypsies, you cheated them out of their land. That's some woke bullshit. The gypsies don't own land. I know gypsies, and they don't own land.
Yeah, they move around.
Dumb shit that somebody wrote in there because they wanted to, like, some evil people were doing whatever, and they were Christians, so they had to be evil somehow. Oh, the Christians take that poor gypsies people's land. They'll put a curse on you. I can tell you that part right now, but the other part ain't real. That's just bullshit. But that movie, though, where the creature took on like the human as a vessel that uses a human, that is something I've been thinking about a lot lately, whether or not these creatures could be humans. Like, even Bigfoot, or at least certain ones, could be humans that were taken in and just turned into, used as a vessel. You know what I mean? Just completely turned, their humanity is gone, and they have become taken over by a demon. Reptilian, werewolf, vampire, Bigfoot, doesn't matter. I mean, but who knows? I'm not saying that's what happened, but this your girlfriend or whatever, your ex-girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
She flips out. You didn't know at the time that this was a thing, right? That it was demonic.
It never happened before. I mean, that never.
How old are you?
Ever. Well, I actually let me rephrase my words real quick. So how, you said, what was the question again? How old was I?
Yeah, how old were you?
So we were 19 at the time.
Yeah, so it never happened before because you were young.
Right, but right. Well, so
a few more relationships, you'll see it.
Yeah,
well,
you might be right. I mean, I was before her. I was 18 dating a 29-year-old chick, right? And she used to be she was a former kingpin, apparently. Okay, and I didn't even know it, right? And she was full-blooded Italiano, right? And I didn't know this, but I mean, it was all good. But it was just a thing, right? It was just a phase, I think. You know what I mean? But there was another thing that happened, actually. Now that you pick my brain, I love when people pick my brain because I can think all kinds of things. But when we were at my grandfather's house one time, my grandfather was real. He was so I'm in Maryland, and my grandfather was he grew up in DC. He was a Southeast boy back then when it was that time and day. And he used to go to all the boys clubs. He was a Golden Gloves boxer, all this stuff like this, right? And we used to go to his house all the times, and we used to play cards and dominoes and darts and everything else. And we had a pool in the back in his backyard. And one night, actually, I should say, we were over there playing cards, and we were just talking and shit. And she somehow, some way, got offended. Like, it was very strange. It was no way. We always crack jokes. My grandfather was the master of jokes, and I learned from him, and I know a lot of jokes, but it wasn't anything offensive. And she decided to strip her clothes off. I think she was in a bikini. I'm not sure, but she decided to go outside, and we looked at each other like, "What the hell is going on here?" We walked behind her, and we followed her outside on the deck, and then she jumped in the pool, and then she was in a deep end, and she just was totally taken over by something else, and she was just yelling at me, saying, "You're making fun of me." To be honest with you, I forget what she said, but it was just the craziest thing in the world. And the crazier thing than that was, once we got her out the pool, she called somebody to come all the way up from Maryland to Virginia, where my grandfather lived at, to come pick her up. and she was on the steps just waiting for this guy, and she was out of her mind. And I mean, that was just another thing. And listen, let me seal it with this dream that I had when I was living at her house. God forbid anybody lives at that damn house ever again, and I don't think they will. But this is the dream I had while I was living at her house with her mom there and her other, and she had 3 other sisters that would back her up with a different father. It was just crazy. But anyways, I had a dream where, let's see, people would enter the house to see her or her mom, and their bodies were orange like fire.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, her and her mother were selling narcotics, and I was floating by the ceiling as an entity or a spirit. And then I would float down, and I would touch them. They would turn blue, like cold, like water, and they would turn around and they would walk out the house.
Mm.
That is the dream I had that was in her house
Wow.
while I was living there. And I straight up, and then, and that was a dream. I mean, I could tell you more, but that's, I could tell you so much stuff, man. I could tell that one day. I could tell you that one day. There's so many things, man. It's just not even funny, man. It's just a lot of stuff that has happened that now I know is explainable, because she always used to tell her, she always used to make fun of me because I used to watch Ancient Aliens a lot, because that was my god, to be honest with you. I was like, aliens built the pyramids. There's no way in hell people build them. There's no way. But now I know that, the ancient aliens with the Anunnaki, they're really the Anakim, and they're really the Nephilim, and they're really the Raphaim. Oh, okay, they're okay. I got you now. Now I know what the hell everything is. Now, I mean, thank you to the internet, I guess. You know what I mean? Now I know what the hell everything is. You know what I mean? So, and when I try to tell people, but that's where I'm at now. Anyways, I don't want to drag myself on here, but it's been a lot of things. I've seen my brother possessed. I've seen my father possessed. Like I told you last time.
Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, brother.
Of course, you know that.
After having so many experiences,
Well, this is back then.
place them first and have a relationship with them.
Yeah, of course.
So so Clint, hold on. Let's, if you want something to say something else, we'll see if we can get back to you. But we have a bunch of people in the queue.
No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Harp and Blues. Make sure you turn your phone off, because there's an echo when you came on. When we put you on, it kind of echoed. Let's see. So you make sure that it's not off, but you can. The sound is reduced there. And then Scott Baker. What's up, Scott?
How you guys doing?
How
Can you
doing?
hear me okay?
We can hear you good, man. So let's get to the next person. Firefly, do you have anything that you want to say, or are you just hanging out, or what's going on?
Firefly, do you have anything that you want to say, or
are you talking to me?
Yeah, Harp and Blues, turn the show down. Turn the show down. Yes, talking to you. You're from Iran, right?
Yeah.
Are you there?
You said Firefly or Fire Fear?
Firefly, Fire Fear, whatever. Fire Fear. Sorry. Fire Fear. There you go. What do you got for us?
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Great. You're good. Yeah.
All right. So it's very great to see you, Josh. Thank you so much for having me on our show. Hello, Richard. How are you doing, man? I still remember you.
Hey, brother. Good to see you, man.
Yeah. So I have been waiting to ask this question. Now I have heard a lot about Dogman being real, Bigfoot being real. All have credible evidence to back it up. But whenever I hear vampire is real, and of course, if vampire is real, then they are human with human intelligence, so they could, hide their appearance, hide their status, all of that much more easier. But if they are real, why there's nobody even, coming forward and saying that, okay, I saw something weird with this guy. Of course, you had some stories on your channel, but I have not watched them. I'm sorry. So if you can just give me a background as to how it is going with vampires. Is there any video evidence? Is there so many eyewitnesses coming forward?
There's a lot of eyewitnesses, but none. I don't think that there's any video of it, of someone becoming a vampire, because, like you said, they can look very human. I mean, there are people saying, especially like in New Orleans in the French Quarter,
Oh yeah.
Somebody will give them, like something, and then they'll end up, and it's not necessarily drugs. They're doing something, looking them in the eye, and there's in particular women that are waking up with bites in their inner thigh, and it's weird. It's a really freaky thing. One person recently reached out to us. Believe it or not, this happened in was it Provo? It was a very innocuous place in Utah. I don't want to say, I can't remember if it was Salt Lake or Provo, one of those two. I got to look. I don't have it in front of me, but this person was saying they were at a summer camp and somebody did it to them, but they got bit on the inside of their arm, by their armpit. And they think it was, of all things, a Mormon camp counselor that did it. A very odd looking person. So you're wondering.
When you said they bit them on the legs, I thought of a vampire, but I didn't go thinking about some human coming and biting somebody down there. I mean, like, wow, that just
the thing you got to
goes
remember, though,
180.
these things
That is literally like
humans.
nothing I've ever seen.
They're not humans. So what happens is they have a demon attached to them, and they refer to it as the other. And this thing goes onto the back. It attaches itself to the top of the bottom of the neck and the bottom of the spine. And so, yeah, that right there becomes that's the vampire. That's not the person. But there are these humanoid creatures that are not humans. And I don't think they ever were human. And they're definitely vampiric in nature. And now there's a lot of people talking about it now. It seems like every channel I go to has been like, oh, there's a vampire. So now they're all saying it. They didn't say it before. There wasn't a whole lot about it. Now that everybody's talking about it, the floodgates are open because you have everybody.
So, one question.
Hold on. And you can answer the question. I got to finish what I'm going to tell you. The elites in Hollywood. And you have people like Roseanne Barr and a few others that are coming out and saying that these people are vampiric and that they drink blood. She told Tucker Carlson that. And there have been multiple people who've claimed that they've seen people changing into different types of things. And one of the things that people change into is like a human with bad teeth. If you want to call it that. And I think what you're going to see more and more, of this. It's going to start to come out because you can't hide anymore because we have the internet, right? And it doesn't matter if they're video or whatever, because there's no video footage of Bigfoot, but I'm 100% convinced it's real. But like Abe and I both believe, and I would say you too, probably, Richard, you believe the same way, that these things are not just purely flesh and blood. I don't think that they are.
The horse leech from Proverbs 30:15 is a demonic blood-sucking demon. It's
Orneus from the Song of Solomon. Yeah, when Solomon,
exactly.
when he took the ring and he had all these demons under his power, they got hemmed up because of a vampire named Orneus. They named him. They said his name was Orneus, and I think that they have done a really good job of hiding in our societies. Interesting. You live in Iran. There's a lot of Persian stories of vampires.
Yes.
Going all the way back to Zoroastrianism.
Well, I don't. I haven't heard much about the Persian stories about vampires. All I hear about are the jinns, and maybe some dwarfs. I mean, I saw a very shocking video about dwarfs, and there was this guy holding the creature's hand, and he was like this big, like the whole hand, the whole palm of the creature was like this. And it was really shocking, and I don't know if it was a prank or something, but whatever. So you say that these creatures that are so-called vampires in real life are more like demons, not like humans with superpowers.
No, it's not like Twilight. It's not like Interview with the Vampire. No, dude. They wish
some of it might be.
Well. Okay, if you like we were talking with Guy Anderson, there's another type of vampire, but we were talking with Guy and he was talking about the Wandering Jew. What's his name?
Count of Saint Germain.
Germain, yeah.
See, there's one for we're 3-0, 1 for 4. Sorry.
So you're trying to claw your way back. Let's see if
1 for 4 made it into the majors.
He's cast down, dude. Okay, so I'm wondering, how many people come across these beings you don't even know. because there are rumors of these people being in politics, in Hollywood, in the military, and they drink blood. That's
Oh,
what they
shit.
do. You know, I mean, it was really interesting whenever Roseanne, who's got a huge podcast now, and she's pretty popular again, and she was talking to Tucker Carlson, and she was
What's
just
the
like,
name of her
Chupacabra is one
podcast?
too.
what is her
Chupacabra.
podcast? Look it up. We'll look it up. But
Drink
she was
blood.
saying, she was like, don't look at me like that, Tucker. They drink blood. And now Tucker's been kind of like, oh, okay, this could be a thing, you know, but we don't know. I mean, you're just what is it?
It's just called the Roseanne Barr podcast.
It's called the Roseanne Barr podcast. Yeah, I caught a little bit of it the other day. But it's just crazy. You look at how many people are saying that these things are real, and that now I know some of these people have been saying it for a long time, and now you're starting to see like they're going like,
Wow.
okay, see, I told you so. Now they're saying this, you know. But there have been a lot of people who've given their accounts of what they think may or may not have been a vampire, flying humanoids. People think, well, that's a whole different thing. Not necessarily, because these beings have a lot of. I'll tell you what. There's going to be another story that we're going to talk about. It's going to come out tomorrow night on the podcast. It was a woman that worked at a cologne. What is her name?
Sandra.
Sandra. She had some. I don't know if it was a vampire, but I mean, it could be. You know. Now here's another thing. For 3 weeks in a row on the show, I think the streak ended 2 weeks ago, but there was somebody who came on, different people, 3 weeks in a row, and they told a vampire encounter on this show on the Monday live stream.
Okay,
happened
did they
3
say it
weeks
was
in a row,
human
back to back.
or did they say it was just a creature?
I mean, you know, some people say it's human, some people say it's a creature. I mean, but who knows? I think that these things can shapeshift. It's like if a person is right next to you and they look like a normal person, then you feel something. Maybe you don't, because if you're not in tune to it, you're not in tune to it. But something's not right with that person. The next thing you know, they look different. One of the things that I hear about too is the mirrors. There was a guy in an airport who told us about, and there again, I don't know that this is a vampire because nothing bit him and drank his blood, but there was a guy putting water on his face in an airport. This was in London Heathrow.
So they can walk in the sunlight?
Yeah, absolutely. They're not bound by any, but they prefer darkness where they hunt. You know, that's what I believe. And I think that some of the more vicious ones would probably be found out in the outskirts somewhere. Not necessarily in town, because, you know, there's all kinds of ways to get caught. But that's why they lure people back to hotel rooms and, you know, whatever.
There's gothic people.
But
that
I mean,
drink
their
blood.
food source
Just
is in the
because
cities.
they drink
You
blood
know?
doesn't mean that they're a vampire. You know,
Yeah, those people
that,
are just everyday's Halloween people.
they drink blood off the IVs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or they're drinking blood, or cut somebody and drink blood. Doesn't make them a vampire. They're just people with the issue that they drink blood.
Brain farts.
Like
Yeah.
a mental thing, you know. Doesn't make them a vampire.
It makes them HIV positive.
Yeah, now it does, doesn't it?
It makes them hepatitis C positive. They're like, I got my results back. I have all of the different, you know, letters of the alphabet. They got them all. The B, C, D.
All right, thank you
F,
so
O.
much for the information.
Yeah. All right. So you're gonna hang out, or you're gonna jump off?
No, I'm here forever.
You're here forever like a vampire, huh? You're just gonna hang out? Okay. All right. Good. So I hope that answers the questions. You know, there's a whole lot of material about it. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm gonna watch some. I'm gonna watch some episodes after this, and I'm gonna, continue the crusade for truth.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I would recommend checking out the Werewolf Confessions and the Vampire Confessions.
The book that's going to come out, which
I believe in werewolves
totally
now. I
demolished the
didn't.
first
I used
chapter.
to not believe in werewolves. Yeah, I used to not believe in werewolves. I thought it was just Dogman, but then I heard some encounter that there was like this Dogman creature with pants on, and it turned into an orb and it disappeared. And I was like, "What the fuck, man?" I was absolutely like mind blown.
Yeah,
it's elemental magic. They can take any form they want, or they'll do the shape shifting and the skinwalking thing, and they.
I guess I can become a wizard.
Book,
if that is all possible.
You got to get the
I
book when it comes
wonder
out.
if all these kids going missing, isn't part of this too, because they would have a higher grade of adrenochrome.
Yes.
And,
Yeah, because they're not, and now it gets kind of confusing because the reptilians like to chew the back of people's heads. We had a guy come on the show and literally talk about it. He saw it happen in an Atlantic City. What's the guy? I just talked to him the other day. But anyways, he was asking me a question about something.
You saw a murder take place?
He did. He saw a reptilian,
Oh,
two of them, bite somebody's head. Now, the weird thing about that is there have been not a bunch, but there have been a few accounts of them doing just that, biting people's heads. I'm not even joking. They make reference to it in the movie Fear and Loathing. Literally,
Yeah.
they make a reference to it. Yeah, and I believe that Johnny Depp was playing Hunter Thompson, one of my favorite authors, and I've read almost all of his books except for one. And he talks a lot of stuff about. I knew that he knew more than he was letting on. I think that's why he died. I think they killed him, and then they said that he killed himself. I don't think that's really the way it went down. I think
Killed him and ate his head.
Yeah, and he knew he was going to go down. He was hiding out in the mountains in Colorado.
There was a very old account of some black kid that just got off his work. I think he was working in McDonald's or something, and he was driving home, and he was in the middle of nowhere, and then this reptilian creature that stood up on his hind legs literally just followed the car, scratched the car and all that. It was very wild, that story. I heard it in What Lurks Beneath. I don't know if you have heard it or not.
Yes, I heard of it. It's I think they showed it on TV.
Yeah, it's a very old case. It's a very old case.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, from the 60s or 50s, somewhere around there.
Yeah, there are so many accounts, though. And some accounts just become popular. They get passed around or whatever, and the people are willing to talk about it. And some don't, because people they're not willing to go and say a bunch of stuff about it. And it's weird too, like I gave these people a bunch of witnesses, and the people that they choose is like, I mean, they kind of choose what the popular, you know what I mean? Like I think there's better, not that there's better, but I think that for what their niche, and I think my witnesses were top notch, and they choose some other people, but
it's another question.
They didn't choose me.
Yeah, I know that's weird. That yours was a good one, I thought, and there's a few others. There's a few others that I thought.
I think they're more into AI stuff, ththings that can make AI out, because that's what I was told. Because I didn't get any shows either. But they said something about all their episodes is going to do with AI. If it's the same AI that comes out on YouTube, I'm not interested.
Yeah,
because it looks fake as hell.
Yeah, so they can recreate it.
Blunt about it.
Yeah. And I gave them what they wanted. I mean, we even offered them Maddie's her brother had a weird Slender Man encounter with some skinny looking entity, because they asked for Slender Man. I'm like, yeah. But Slender Man's like a creepy pasta, I know, but there are people who see things that look like that. And they always say the same thing too. They'll be like, okay, now you're gonna think I'm crazy. I'm like, dude, have you seen my show? Like, who am I to judge about you being crazy? I mean, I got a bunch of weird stuff going on over
Do you
there.
think it's become a
shit for a living?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So,
do you think it's become a tulpa?
I do, but
Yeah,
I don't
me
think
too.
that's just it, because the crawler thing. Now, if you watch that movie, The Cursed, I'm watching that and I'm going like, that thing looks like it's something between a werewolf and a crawler. It is, and you're going like, yeah, that sounds about right. Because these things are. That's what some of them look like. I mean, I hate to run into something like this. And then we were talking about the last night.
One question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know who mentioned it here, but someone said they have elemental magic. So my question is, if these dark creatures or these dark people, these skinwalkers, these people that obtain magic like that, is there any magic for good people to obtain? Is it possible for the average Joe to learn how to use magic in real life?
Jesus, brother.
Jesus Christ, brother.
Yeah, Jesus. That's the only
spiritual gifts of discernment. Having a relationship with him.
Now, let me put it to you this way. you can do what you want. You have free will. You can get into Enochian magic. You can get into all kinds of magic. You can get into Kabbalistic magic. You can get into brujeria. You can get into whatever you want. Santeria, Obeah, voodoo, hoodoo, whatever. But none of it is of God. And none of it is of Christ. And I don't care what anybody says. When you start playing around with stuff like that, it's above our pay grade. We're not. Thank you, Jason Broussard, for that donation. We're not really supposed to be messing with that. Yeah, Paul Louis says, Jesus. I know you've been on the show once before, and you said that you're not really into Christ or whatever, but I encourage you to find that, because Christ was accused.
I was going to ask him a question, brother. The degen that you encountered, because I've encountered a degen when I was in Operation Desert Storm, when I was in the military. What did you see? You said of an encounter a degen where you country.
No, he didn't say.
No, I didn't. I didn't encounter. I didn't encounter. I just said, it's a folklore in my country.
Oh, the degen, I witnessed it out there in Saudi Arabia.
Real.
So it's real. I see what it can do, but to me, it's like in disembodied form. Looks like smoke or a spirit, a unclean spirit, and it can possess people. I witnessed it in the front lines where people were giving up with the white flags, and I could see the smoke from the burning tanks rising, but that black smoke wasn't moving because it wasn't smoke. It was a disembodied form and spirit form, and it flew across the battlefield, and it went into the person holding the white flag, and it took over his body, the vessel. He dropped the white flag, they picked up a weapon and aimed, and he got shot, and he started jumping from person to person. I believe the spiritual opening, if there was,
that's
in
real.
combat,
That's real. Yeah.
will be fear. Fear is a spiritual opening. So basically, you gotta watch for that and put the spirit to the test. It doesn't matter what manifestation it takes. If it looks like a Count Dracula, or if it looks like a werewolf or a rake, whatever, put it to the spiritual test. You say, I take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. I tie, bind, rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and see what happens. If that manifestation or appearance disappears, it smells like sulfur or pestilence, then you already know you're dealing with something unclean or something demonic of nature. I mean, that's what Dracula is supposed to be, and a werewolf is through magic, right? Or they're unclean. So that's how you put it to the test.
Look at the feet.
You're gonna be on the right path.
So is there any clean magic?
If I'm talking about faith and believe in Jesus Christ, right? You put it to the test that way, but you got to make sure you're in the right path, because if not, if it sees a spiritual opening, if you have vengeance in your heart, hatred or anger, believing in it that it's real, then it can attack you spiritually.
Yeah, I think what Fire Fear is really asking, though, is if there's a way that he can do magic, but it's not dark.
Oh,
it's not for me. No. I'm just curious, man. I'm just asking questions.
I would say no.
Zero.
No, there's black magic, there's white magic,
but I just
magic, magic.
I can't help but wonder how these creatures, how these people, how whatever you want to call them, how can they bend reality to their will like so easily? What is there to support them, and what is helping them achieve that?
Their spirits, they have dominion over the earth like Satan does.
Yeah. Satan is also he's the master of this world. Jesus tells us that he is the God of this world, which that is one of the problems, because he argued with the Pharisees, and he tells them very clearly, he goes, I don't know what you're doing, but that's not who I am from. He's like, my father is not your father. And he says it. And he says it over and over again. He's very clearly, but yet people still follow those people who are of that lineage, and they're just like, oh yeah, those are the people. No, they're not, because Jesus says they're not. And I don't care what anybody says. They can change it all around and mix it up and whatever they want to. And there's some real stupid people out there who actually believe all of that. And I'm just like, go ahead, believe what you want, but that is not correct. And Islamic people, what they like to do is follow those people, and they do halal everything that's just like what they're doing. And then they don't like them, but yet they do everything just like them. So you know, you get what you get. I mean, I can tell you right now, I don't believe that. I don't believe that that is the case. I don't believe that they are the chosen. I don't believe that. The people from the Bible, I don't believe it. I believe in Christ and what he says. And then I get attacked viciously by supposed fundamentalists. I don't think they're fundamentalists. I don't think they're Satanists or pretending to be. But they attack us because I tell the people the truth. You know, like you can find these passages in different books.
They've obviously never read the Bible then.
Well, and the Bible is incomplete. I know that, but I don't believe that the Quran is more complete either. I don't.
Well, the Quran doesn't have prophecies like the Bible does, Bubba.
Yeah, and the Quran is based on the Old Testament completely.
Well,
I mean,
it's based on that and the Talmud and all kinds of other stuff too.
Yeah, the Talmud. Yeah, I mean, when you start getting into that, the Talmud is one of the most horrible books ever written. If you're a Christian, but you know what? I bet you 90% of Christians have never read it, and the knee jerk follow. They don't.
99%.
99% of my bet.
Well, it's based on tradition as well. You know.
Because this tradition, the Talmud says that Jesus Christ, and I quote, I'm telling you right now what the Talmud says. It says that Jesus is boiling in feces in hell. That's what it says.
It says Lucifer is their daddy in 2 or 3 places too.
It does, and it also says that the Virgin Mary was basically a prostitute, and she went out with a Roman soldier, and that's who Jesus' dad was. That's what these people say, and it's a Jewish book.
Who else said that?
So when you, I mean, I can't tell you how spiteful and evil that is, and people keep on following it at your own peril. These are the people that are in charge of the Matrix. I'm telling you, 100,000%. I'm telling you, at the risk of my own everything. I keep telling you, I'm not the first person to say this. Jesus was. Jesus said this over and over and over again. How people cannot get it through their thick heads, I don't understand it. I do not grasp. I don't get it. It blows my mind. I am not one of those people that says that we should be supporting an Islamic country because they're opposing them. I don't believe that at all. And I don't believe that every single buddy who's born of those people is a bad person, whether they're Islamic or Jewish. It doesn't matter. There are good people out there. I know there are because I've been around them, and they don't want this shit. And it's shit is what it is. They don't want this religious fanaticism. They don't want to have their foot on everybody else's neck. They don't want this. They don't want this war. They don't want any of this crap. But what is being pushed on us by the powers that be, and the powers that be belong to the principalities of the power of the air, which is Satan. That's him, the Shaitan. Those are his people. They say in this Christian the theology, they'll say theirs is an earthly inheritance, to quote Hagee's fat ass. And what's crazy is the earthly inheritance belongs to Satan, because Satan is the god of this world. That's why Jesus was crucified, because they tried to get rid of him, but that didn't work. No, because the god of this world is an ignorant, evil being. And that is not the God that Jesus comes and says, this is not correct. He told them that they were wrong. They killed him. And they continue to mock him and pretend like it's just a funny thing or something. They go and they talk about pizza, and they're really talking about little children.
Hot dogs.
The hot dogs. Yeah, there's a whole system that they've set up to take children and do things to them. Look at the tunnels in New York where these
the headquarters there.
Yeah, they have bloody mattresses.
Bloody mattresses. They were Jewish people. I'm telling you, dude.
Had them in the synagogue.
The Habodniks are the worst, bro.
And when yes, here, Bob says it right there, Shadow Tracker, worshippers of Saturn are the enemies of truth. They worship Saturn. They put the black cube on their head, dude.
And hump a wall.
It is right in your face. Even Blackstone, which is the largest corporation.
Are we talking about the planet or something else?
Both. The planet is a prison. For
the fallen angels, yeah.
Yes, that's it. That's what that black cube is. The 4 sides and on top, whatever. All that is, the cube is a 6-sided thing. The Star of David is a 6-sided, and Jesus says, let he who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. It's not just one person. It's a group of people.
It's a Star of Remphan.
666, the Star of Remphan. Built in honor of
synagogue of Satan.
Synagogue of Satan, and it's right there. People don't read. They don't do anything. They're just stuck in this matrix, and they're walking around in circles going, oh, and they don't. And then when you try to tell them, they get pissed off. They get offended. And they always say the same thing. Well, Jesus was he was a Galilean, and they murdered him. What part of that do you not get to your thick head? That's what I keep telling people. And they're like, the Romans did it. Pontius Pilate gave them a choice, and the first known serial killer was Barabbas. And they said, give us Barabbas for Passover. Passover is also something. Have you ever noticed how many children go missing leading up to it?
Yeah, Abe Finkelstein told us all about that.
Abe Finkelstein blew the whistle on that. He bragged about it.
Yep.
He says,
McDonald's.
You're eating your own children. A.B. Finkelstein of New York. He's laughing. He thinks it's cute. He thinks it's funny what he was doing.
Yeah.
I never woke up so much as after seeing that one.
Yeah. I mean, you know, and like I said, one of the people that helped show me the truth about this, he was a Jew. He was a Jewish person. He's my friend, Pete. He's a good friend of mine. He's living up in Colorado, hiding out, just like Hunter Thompson, because he's spoken out. And he doesn't want something to happen to him.
That was my chosen state. That was my chosen state until I found out it's run by Democrats. So now I gotta look for a new state.
I would not go. I wouldn't hang out somewhere where they are, you know. And I'm going to tell you this, dude. I used to back in the day. I thought the Democrats were the good guys because they used to.
What did you say? I thought you said Democrats.
Democrats. Yes, sir.
Well, look at what they did. I mean,
No. I said no. I said Democrats. Democrats.
Democrats.
What they did, they took the government housing away for people. One of the things that whether you love this guy that's in charge now or you hate him, it doesn't matter to me. I know what he did because I'm a part of that program. We build the houses for them. And they actually have changed the rule to where you get a bonus for having a full nuclear family. I'm telling you the truth. People think I'm full of shit when I tell them. I say, how do you argue with me? I know it because that's how I made a bunch of money by building those houses. Yeah, so they allow them to, you know, because the Democrats, what they did, and they destroyed the black nuclear family. They did that because they said, well, don't have the man in the house, because if you have the man in the house and we can't give you this funding, you're just going to have to be poor. So if you work, you get punished. But if you don't work and the man's not with you and that destroys the family, then we'll subsidize you. But we're just going to give you enough to be poor, and that's it. And a lot of people fell for that. They were like, oh, this is great. They are communists. And LBJ did that. Now, this is the guy. They try to say that LBJ did this great thing, the Great Society, right? LBJ, when I was a kid, I'm going to tell y'all something. We went on a field trip. I was in 6th grade. I'll never forget. And we went out to LBJ Ranch. And the lady, I think she was not supposed to say it, but she's like, you know, she talks like this. And she's like, right there is the hanging tree. And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Shoot.
I'm a little kid, you know, and I'm going like, the hanging tree? What the hell? You get off I've said this before. You get off the little trolley and you go over there, and I'm like, this is the hanging tree? It was one black kid that was with me. His name was Charles. Me and him were really good friends. And he was like, what are they hanging up there? They hanging piñatas, you know? And I'm like, then years later, I find out that LBJ's grandfather was a grand wizard. This guy doesn't care about black people. Why would he? I'm over here doing these programs for black folks. He's never done anything for black people. In his whole existence, he didn't do anything for him. Neither did his dad, neither did his grandpappy. All they ever did was maybe persecute him and kill him and try to enslave him even more. So this is the Great Society. The Democrats after they killed Kennedy, they killed him. They blew his head off in Dallas. They killed Martin Luther King Jr. And then they did this Great Society. Thank you for doing the Great Society after you murdered everybody, RFK, JFK, and MLK. All the Ks, they killed them, right?
Also,
think about this.
Also,
they killed
when it comes
guys.
to
listen what I'm going to tell you.
Yeah. So when it comes to
MLK, RFK, JFK, KKK. You think that's a coincidence? Everybody, they don't get it. They put it right in your face in plain sight. His grandfather was head of the KKK, right? His mother was Jewish. He was a Jew, and she brought all of these people in after World War II and brought them over here, and a lot of them were not good people. They were very bad people, and they did a lot of bad things. They did a lot of bad things. They're also the same people. They're responsible for all of this immigration that's flowing in from all these countries, these different places.
the damn clergy plan.
They are destroying the West as fast as they can. And then you're going to beg them for help. And then they're going to throw you some crumbs and you're going to think they're great. And nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to be. There are Jewish people that are speaking out that are, do you think that these are crazy people? They're telling you exactly what's happening because they're there and they see it. And they're like, look at Benjamin Friedman. He tried to warn us. He said it. He's like, these people, they're not, these are Khazars. They're not the same. They are not.
They're
When
not
did people from the Middle East become white people? Have you ever seen that? Have you noticed that? When did the white people take over the Middle? There's a country in the Middle East where there's a bunch of white people live. Does that make sense to anybody at all? Who the hell even know? How do you not see this? Like, how many people? Is it just the Iranians that see this? Because I don't know. And I'm not on the Iranian side. They're lunatics. No
What
offense to
country?
you.
What country is run over by white people? Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense at all. But people are crazy and they don't listen. They don't listen. And then the Chinese are going to come in, which they already have been, and buy up everything. And then that's
Hopefully
it.
Trump kicks their asses out.
Yeah, well, they need to. And then wait till they're in charge. You think that all this is going to, they're not going to be
Red Dawn.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
all these leftists are going to be like, they're going to be
Thanks
like,
to the new
you don't want to
administration.
work? We have a camp for you up here. You don't have to work and nothing. You go to the camp and live and sleep there.
Eat some bugs.
Eat some
Thanks
bugs.
to the new
Eat some bugs.
administration, there
We'll
have
give
been
you some
many,
bugs. Here's some
many
chopsticks
actions.
for the bugs.
What do you think the 15-minute cities are for?
Yeah, thanks to the
Yeah, so you can eat bugs and
when it comes to domestic terrorism, nobody does it like the Democrats, bro. These people are just mobs, straight up.
Well, you know, the
They come
Republican
to the
Party was
cities,
made
they
up
burn
so black
everything.
people could join them. That's why, you know.
do what?
I said the Republican Party was also made so the African Americans could join an actual party because the KKK was of the
Control of the
Democrat Party.
Democrats. Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
You know,
People like,
Abraham
oh,
Lincoln.
it's flip sides. That's their little mantra, right? But well, it's flip back. That's for sure. Because it's definitely not. They're not there for. Obama did nothing for the black people. Nothing.
What was the commercial, Brother Josh, of that hot sauce?
And he made the Russia hoax.
There was a get a rope. Remember that?
Yeah, picante, paste picante sauce. This stuff's
Have
made
you
in New
heard-
York City.
Have you heard about the CCP having police stations across the country?
Yep.
There's one
Yep.
in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember a couple of years ago there was Chinese people handing out little flyers against it to protest against it.
There's 14 in Toronto.
You know what they're doing, right, folks? I don't know if you guys have put it together or not, but here's what they're doing. America is up for sale. America has been milked dry, except for a few places. And so now it's time to sell it to the highest bidder, so everybody's going to get a piece, right? That's what they think is going to happen. But this guy keeps getting elected, and that's a problem. That's a problem. Whether you love him or hate him or whatever, he's very galvanizing. But I can tell you this: the programs ended when Biden was in there. The subsidized housing programs ended. Trump got back in business.
That's
we were
right.
stuck in hind tit by the time Biden was out, because I do security for those programs.
America is back. America is back.
We're doing what we got to do now. I mean, but who knows? Because after this, how many people are going to be? And like I said, people are going to misread what I'm saying and think that I'm on board with this guy. I don't give a shit. As long as the economy works and people are free, that's what I care about. When freedom of speech goes away, when the Second Amendment goes away,
He just
then we're in
made the
trouble.
biggest deal with Europe.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
100%. They bent the knee, kissed the ring. I feel
Mm-hmm.
bad for saying that, but yeah, that's true, because you know what? They're letting all these people in there and destroying Europe. I mean, Josh, you know this. Come on now. You know,
Look at what's
Ridiculous.
happening to Ireland. You got these
Look
people.
at
that are
England.
from
Oh, they're the
Middle
only
East,
ones
and
fighting back.
They're showing up in mass, and they're like
Spain too. They're
Spain,
fighting in the
and they're
streets.
all coming from the Middle Eastern countries, and they don't have. They're like, who are these
France.
people? I mean, who are these people? Like they're just showing up. They're all men.
There was
Fighting
literally
age men.
there was
On
literally
the
a scene.
Canada, like
Yeah,
that
there was
too.
literally a scene. There was literally a scene of these fucking Pakistanis killing a guy in London on the street, and
Oh,
people
yeah.
were just, just recording. Nobody was even doing anything. And when the police
Absolutely.
showed up, they didn't even have proper weapons. They didn't even have proper weapons. The police of the UK didn't even have proper weapons to arrest these people. It was like
They don't want anybody
I don't
having
know, it was
guns,
like a paper ball. I don't know what you call it.
But you know what
Yeah.
they're doing in Germany? If you speak out against the government, they're running over there and kicking in your door.
Oh, if you pray in
They've
your
become
house as
so
well.
left over there that they're now the Nazis. They've done this. You know,
Come
it's like
full circle.
Yeah.
full circle. These people are retarded. They have the retardation, dude. I'm telling you.
The Irish are really fighting it over there.
They
They
arrest
are.
people.
Yeah, they are fighting.
There was a black guy that I posted his video, and he's in England, but he's been like third generation West Indie, and those people have been in England for a long time because the West Indies that was controlled by the British Empire, so they have allowed legal immigration from there for a long time. And he's like his grandparents were here, right, in England, right. And he was saying, that people are calling him racist and saying all this stuff because he's speaking out against the invasion that's happening. And he says that he's in the military. He says the next time that I put my helmet on and we have to fight, we'll be taking up arms against people already in our land that are already here. He goes, I'm going to end up fighting. I'm going to have to fight to my children and grandchildren.
Yeah.
And he's a black man from the West Indies, and they're attacking him, saying, "Yeah, racist." Yeah. It doesn't matter who you are. If you speak out against the bullshit agenda,
bro,
you're evil. You're bad. You're the bad guy.
Bro,
They shut you down.
those fucking Muslims are literally rapists, bro. They literally like buy churches and convert them into mosques. There are more mosques in England than what was it? Churches. It is
Churches are now
absolutely
going away.
disgraceful. I mean, for
Sweden too.
a country with that, for a country with that type of reputation, to be a superpower and to be such a historic country and
What about
have such a
Sweden?
big part in
They're
how the
doing it here
world
too.
came to be.
Sweden
It's just
is
so
now
bad.
in the middle of a civil war, undeclared civil war. The bombings and the killings, they're fighting in the streets. This is a crazy, crazy time to be alive. What's up, Steve? At least you weren't wearing the wife beater. I didn't even have
How's it
that
going,
on
Josh?
Dave's show the other night, man.
Well, Josh, look at what Tommy Robinson on. Just he got locked up and everything. He was uncovering all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm. So look, we've gotten off
He's
track
a
here. We're
hero.
going all.
He's literally a knight.
We're
Yes,
going
sir.
all like to this. Let's get to the next person here. I think it was you. I don't know your name now. I can't see it. The name's not popping up.
You gotta take the comment down.
I'm trying to take it down. There we go.
What's
There
up
it
here?
is. Manisha, you're next. You're up.
Okay, hi guys. I'm very happy to be here with you guys. I
We're
found
happy
your
you're here with
podcast.
us.
To have you. You've been so patient,
Thank you for
Mauricio.
being patient through the rants.
Yeah.
No problem. I love to
Appreciate you.
hear the rants. Well, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I'm 40 years old. So I was born in 1985. I was raised by my grandmother, and we lived in like a small, like all black town called Lincoln Heights. And it's been in the news lately because like some KKK guys came and tried to terrorize the town or whatever earlier this year, but the people tried to stand up for themselves, and it's been a lot of stuff. So I don't know if you guys heard about that town, but I had a lot of like I guess like I saw like ghosts when I was like really little, like 5 and younger, and my house in Lincoln Heights. And like one of my earliest memories, I was like 3 years old, and I saw my grandmother's mother, her ghost, like above my grandmother's bed, and she was kind of like rubbing her daughter's hair and floating, and she looked like an angel. She was like, it was like an all white, like you could see through her and everything. And I was like 3 years old, and I was scared to go to the bathroom by myself. And so like I remember like trying to wake my big brother up to walk me to the bathroom because I would be scared to go downstairs because I would see a lot of like scary ghosts downstairs on my way to the bathroom.
Like
But
shadow figures,
I'm
like
sorry.
shadow figures, or
It
the
was
form of
like
people.
you could see them like one guy kind of looked like a cowboy. And like my mother's bedroom was like at the bottom
Wow.
of the steps, but she like it was like off to the side, like it seemed like it could have been a closet back in the day, but when we lived there, they just converted it to my mom's bedroom. It was kind of a long, skinny room, and it was like a doorway off the side of the living room, and then the bathroom was like you would have to walk past my mother's bedroom door and through the living room to the bathroom door. And I was like really little, and some nights my brother would walk me down there, but some nights he's like, I'm tired of walking you down there. You got to do it yourself. And I would tell my older brother, like, I see ghosts when I go down there. I'm scared. And like some nights, I guess he was too tired. And like, I was like 3, and he's 3 years older than me, but he's like the oldest out of the boys. My mother had 5 kids, first a girl, then 3 boys, and then me. So, like, it was one night my brother said, I'm not going to walk you down there. So I didn't even try to go to the bathroom. I just went to my grandma's room. And that's when I saw like her mother's like ghost, like caressing her hair. And I saw her one time after that, like 3 weeks later. But me being 3 years old, I didn't know who the woman was until like after the second time I saw her like caressing her daughter. And like a few weeks later, my grandma pulled out an old photo album, and I'm like, Grandma, that's the lady. That's the lady I've been telling you about. She comes to your room every night and she rubs your hair. And like, she didn't talk to me like moving her mouth, but it was like she communicated telepathically, like, it's okay, you can come and lay with your grandma. And like the first night, I remember like when she said it was okay, I didn't feel scared like the ghost downstairs. So I went and I got in the bed with my grandma and I just fell asleep. And like my oldest sister, she saw the same thing that I saw on a totally different night than the 2 times I saw it. But it was like when my grandma pulled out that photo album, that's when me and my sisters, like, we saw the same thing. We saw the same woman. And so that was like one experience in that house, but I had been seeing ghosts before that, like, and the scary ghosts downstairs. It was like, it seemed to me like as an adult looking back, like it was some sort of portal in my mother's bedroom, because like on nights that I didn't see the ghost, if you look around like a door frame and you could see the light in the room, it would be like some nights it would be like a red glowing light, but I didn't open the door. I was scared. So like I would just like try to run past the door, go to the bathroom, and then go back up to the bedrooms. Um so like I remember around maybe 4 years old, I was like so freaked out because my mom, like, she asked me like, Mo, why are you peeing in the bed? And I'm like, I'm scared to go to the bathroom because I see ghosts, mommy. And my grandma, she kind of brushed it off when I told her, like, your mom was rubbing your hair. She didn't believe me. She's like, this little girl is crazy, or I don't believe in ghosts or whatever, and brushed it off. But my mom believed me. And I'm like, she's like, oh, so that's why you're scared? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, okay. She's like, Mo, if you ever go down there, I want you to plead the blood of Jesus over them, and also ask them what they want, because I think they want you to help them. And so I'm like, okay. So like the next time I went down was when I remember seeing like the cowboy guy, and I didn't feel fear when I saw him, and I felt like my mom gave me the trick to, like not be scared and go down there. So when I saw him, like he looked at me as if he wanted to communicate with me, but at first he didn't like say anything or telepathically say anything. But I was like, my mommy said to ask you, what do you want? And like, do you need help? And I remember him responding, but I can't remember what he said to me, but it was telepathically. And then he kind of disappeared. And to me, it like feels like I helped him like be able to move on in a sense. And then like as I got older,
But
like
when you said that you played it disappeared as
yeah,
soon as you said Jesus Christ.
like when I said like, what do you need help? Like, or like, what do you want? Or do you need help? It was like he responded to me like, maybe, yes, I need help, but I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was telepathically. But I heard him in my head, and then he like dissipated, like, and he wasn't there anymore. And then I went to the bathroom. And then like when I was
He
9, we
didn't draw his
moved.
pistol, did it?
I'm sorry.
What was that?
He didn't draw his pistol, did he?
No.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
heard
I hear you. He didn't pull a
you.
pistol. Um, like when I got when I was 9 years old, we had to move out of that house because like in our neighborhood, we lived next to one of the only bars, but it was like a big bar on the weekends or whatever. Everyone in the neighborhood who were old enough to drink would party there, and like next to our house was their like parking lot. So somebody was drunk on a Saturday night. They crashed into our living room, and my
Oh,
grandma was like,
No.
F this, I got to get these grandbabies to a better neighborhood. So we moved to the suburbs, like as soon as she could afford to move us out of there. And when we moved to the suburbs, it's a neighborhood called Forest Park. So it's like middle class up to like upper middle class, and a part of it has mansions, but most of it is just like big like houses in a suburb. And when we got up there, I saw like a scary entity, and I wouldn't call it a ghost, but it was like a black figure, and it was like I had this uncle that was like maybe 300 pounds and very tall. And I associated it with his shape, like a big, tall man, but you couldn't see his face. And it was just like an all black entity. But the first time I saw it, I was with me and my big sister were at home alone. And I guess my mom and my grandma took my brothers out somewhere, and it was just me and my sister. And this house, it was like a 4-bedroom house, like the 4 bedrooms upstairs, and it was like a long hallway. So like you go upstairs, at the top of the stairs to the left is the bedroom, straight ahead is the bathroom, turn right, and it's like 2 bedrooms on that long hallway, and at the end it's my grandma's hallway. I mean my grandma's bedroom. And me and my sister this particular day were hanging out in my mom's bedroom, which was more towards the end of the hallway next to my grandma's, like towards the back of the house or whatever. And we were just like, I don't know, we never really hung out in my mom's bedroom. The girls hung out in the girls' room, the boys hung out in the boys' room. And I don't know if it was because she was not at home and we were like excited. We were hanging out in my mom's room. And for some reason, it was like afternoon, like maybe 12, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And our parents and siblings had left like within 30 minutes before we saw the entity. And in our house, like the doors were locked, and we checked the doors after my parents left if it was just me and my sister every time. And I'm like probably 10 or 11 at this time, and my sister's 4 years older than me. And for some reason, we're like, all of a sudden, we both decided we were going to take a nap in my mother's room. And that was odd for us, like to be in a room hanging out and to choose to take a nap at that time. But we laid down on my mom's bed, and it was like one was at the foot of the bed, one was at the head of the bed. But we both looked up at our doorway at my mother's door at the same time, and right after we both looked up at the door, it opened, and we saw the black figure. So we looked at each other like, what the hell? Like, we knew the house was locked, and there was no way somebody could get in. So we look around my mom's room and find like weapons, and I don't know what we found, but like something, I don't know. We both had something. Like, I think one of us had a broom and the other had like, I don't know. Like, this is just like a little statue of the Ten Commandments, but something that was like hard, like we could hit or throw. And we like the door opened and we saw it, but we're like, who is that? Because we knew our parents and siblings. It was just us alone. So like we tried to chase whoever was in the house like out. Like, and when we got up to chase it, and we went out into the hallway, and then we ran downstairs, and in the back, like at the bottom of the steps was our back door, but it was a glass sliding door, and we would keep a stick like at the bottom of the door as like a second lock every time. And we had checked both entrances both like when our parents left, and like we didn't see the entity anymore that day. Like our back door was literally open, and it was like, what the hell was that? And we were scared. And then like 2 months later, we were like in that same room with the back glass sliding door that was like our dining room and like an open kitchen connected. And like in that room, it would be like a TV room / dining room. And it was me, my sister, and 3 of my brothers. And we were just hanging out like, kids and teenagers laughing, watching something on TV. And we all looked in the backyard and saw that same entity. And it was just like this big black guy with no face. And with him, it instilled a fear. Like, we all got scared instantly. And my brothers were like, is that Uncle Skippy? Because that's the same uncle that me and my sister associated him with because of the size. But it wasn't our uncle or whatever. It was like an entity, and it gave us a fear. And later on in life, like my best friend since I was 9 years old, she lived across the street from this house. We're still friends to this day. She saw that entity in her backyard. And fast forward, her oldest son is like 24 now, and he saw it when he was a little boy in her backyard, in the same backyard across the street from my house. So I don't really know. I feel like he was like in the neighborhood. And, like, but he was scary, and everybody that I talked to that told me what they saw, they all said they felt that same fear. And like as I got older and as an adult, I would more so like feel like entities versus seeing them. But like the most recent thing that I experienced was last year, like I used to work at a Catholic school cleaning it, like after school janitor type work. And I worked there for 4 years straight. And I always like felt pride in my job, even though it was like a janitor. I felt like I was helping because I would keep it very sanitized for the kids wouldn't get sick. And the teachers loved me. Uh I would call her, she's the principal, but kind of like a nun type lady, like a real tough lady or whatever. She liked my work, and like I enjoyed that job because I didn't have to deal with a lot of people and their weird energies or whatever, or personalities. Cause like I kind of meet energy. So if people are negative to me, I'll be negative back at that time. But this was like pre-COVID when I didn't like where I worked and the energy. So when I went to that job, it was more peaceful, and I would just kind of pray when I was there or listen to podcasts and learn more about God and things like that while I was at work. Because I couldn't really listen to stuff with like cuss words or nothing because I didn't want like the teachers to hear bad language or the principal. And I just felt like it was like a chapel on the grounds there. So I just would just kind of pray and like try to get peace. But last year, when school started and we went back to work, my boss, he started like kind of, it felt like he was bullying me, but he was like a really great boss. Like I would still say like he's the best boss I've ever had as far as bosses go. But his personality kind of changed. Hey Corbus, my cat's coming to say hi, I guess. But at that
Hey,
time,
Tiger.
like I was starting to like I would always be the first one there after the boss and then the last one to leave because I wanted to make sure that I did everything correctly. And it just kind of took me a little longer than the guys that I worked with or they rush or whatever. But like it was like in September, like after I got off of work, my car had broke down, so I had to get Ubers for like the last month. And as I'm waiting for the Ubers, it was like two instances that really, really creeped me out. And it was like I would get off of work at 9 o'clock at night, and the sun would be down in September. So like I normally like when I got off, I didn't never feel anything negative. I would really feel a little more positive because I've been praying for 3 hours as I'm working, get my job done. But one particular night I had watched like three 3 days in a row. I watched podcasts that ended up talking about people having experiences with and some of them equating it like could it be extraterrestrial and just showing itself up as owls or whatever. And I just kind of randomly found these podcasts about that topic. And this night, like first when I got off, it sounded like tribal music coming from behind the buildings, and it's 4 buildings on the property. It's the elementary school, it's a middle school, and a high school building. And the church is like right across from the elementary school, but they're not like across the street from each other. They're like across the sidewalk from each other, and they're up on a hill and in a neighborhood, but behind the church is like a huge hill and a lot of trees. And like I guess once upon a time they would do summer camps because if you go up the hill, it was like this area where you could tell like they would have like a stage and the kids would perform up there. but I don't know like what years they were doing that part. But that's kind of where I heard like tribal music, like Indians playing drums, and
Drum.
it wasn't like on a speaker, like coming from a building, and I felt terror, but like I felt so afraid that like right next to the driveway to go up to the school was the principal's house. And I know her because I worked for her for 4 years. So I was so scared to be on the property up there where I heard the tribal noises until the Uber came, and it was like gonna come in 16 minutes. So I'm like by myself. None of my coworkers are there. My boss is gone, and I'm hearing this tribal noise. And then it's this big hill like next to the principal's house that's on the land where the school is. And I heard like an owl hooting. But I was so scared. I didn't see an owl, but I heard it and it felt like it was watching me. So I like ran down the hill out of the parking lot and just stood next to my principal's like house in fear, waiting on the Uber to come. And then like the next day when I went to work, my boss found like a crappy reason to get mad at me and yell at me. And he like
Possessed.
um it was the boss like that owned the cleaning service, and he got mad because I didn't bring the mop bucket into the women's bathroom, but it was outside of the bathroom. And I'm like, that's like he yelled at me like I had robbed the school. It was like the anger that he showed me did not match the non-crime that I committed by not bringing the bucket into the bathroom, even though like I dipped the mop and cleaned the mop in the bucket, but it was just like a reason to yell at me, it felt like. And I'm like, it seemed like he was being influenced, like
Negative
spiritually, like
attachment. Negative attachments jumped on them
Possessed.
yeah,
to come at you in a negative way.
You were in this
yeah.
building by yourself, overnight.
Like no, we worked for 3 hours. We were scheduled from 6 to 9, but we like I would always get there at 5 because if I don't have to stay until 9 and I can get done at 8, I'd rather get done at 8 and get home and cook for my kids. So I would go in at 5, but this particular day I didn't get finished. Like he started giving me extra work to do that took an extra half hour to an hour of extra like fine bullshit, and I would do it because that was my job. But on this particular day he found extra stuff, so I ended up getting off like right after 9, like 9:06, and then I called a Uber and had to wait for it to pick me up. And then like that next day when he yelled at me about the mop bucket, like he yelled at me and then he left. And then I'm there like finishing my work, and I had like 15 more minutes worth of work to do. And then I'm waiting on a Uber again, and I didn't hear the tribal noise, but I felt the same feeling as that night. And that I did hear the tribal noise, and I heard the owl. And the second night, like after he yelled at me, like worse than he ever had in 4 years, I heard the owl again. And I called my son, like, because I'm not real computer smart. So I would like call my son right before I get done and be like, call an Uber for me. And he would set up the Uber ride. But it was another like 20-minute wait. And I heard the owl again coming from the same area, like the hill on the left side of the building next to the principal's house, and I ran in front of her house again because
Did you pray at all, or
yes, like
What,
I
your
prayed.
so
father?
the long story short, what do you think it was, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it felt like something that kind of was here hundreds or thousands of years ago,
Mhm.
like some old entity, because I don't know what to call it, but it seemed like with me hearing like tribal music, it seemed like it was here before like the white man came to America, like when the Indians roamed the land or something, is how I associated it. And it was scary, and I don't know what it was, but shortly, like within 3 weeks after those events, my boss found a bullshit reason to fire me through text message. And I was kind of at the point where like I like the when I'm really trying to get in tune with God and just have a good relationship with him and learn more about him, then that's when I would get spiritual attacks. And I felt like it was something spiritually going on there, and I couldn't put my finger on it. But I heard an owl hoot, and it felt like an owl was watching me, but I couldn't see the owl. It was so dark and a lot of woods and trees up at the
Was
top of the hill.
Anything weird happening to the rest of the coworkers that work with you on the shift?
They didn't mention it, but they always would leave before I would leave. For some reason, this past school year, I would be the last to leave because, like, at first I would like try to race myself and my work, and I would leave before everyone else. And then my boss found like 30 minutes of extra work to make me do so I wouldn't be the first to leave. So I ended up being the last to leave for the last like, let's see, school starts in August. So August and September and October, like like the last 3 months, I was the last one to leave for some reason.
And August seems to be where school it used to be. You had all of August off.
Yeah.
Now August school goes back like August 10th or something.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. These kids don't even have a summer anymore. It's just
That's what I said. I have a son that's autistic, and he goes to online school, and he's had like 2 months. Like they ended like a whole 3 or 4 weeks after the kids that went to like public school, and he had like a whole month that he still had to do school for the online, and he goes back on August the 11th. And I'm like,
crazy, dude.
what
Like,
kind of fucking break is that? For
yeah,
him?
dude. Nobody's noticing this because and the parents are happy because they get the kids go back and they get a babysitter. And it's not the parents' fault. The parents are being worked to death, and so they're happy to have a babysitter. But the public school system is not a good babysitter because it's going to indoctrinate your kids full of shit.
Yeah, and I feel like they
don't learn anything.
Giving them something that they don't even need.
Yeah, they don't need it. And they're not learning a damn thing. You ask them any question about anything, and they can't. They're like, oh, I don't know. They don't know anything. They don't know a damn thing.
They don't care enough to remember it. Yeah.
No, I mean they can't even tell you. During July 4th weekend, what they did, there was people that went to the beach, and I was watching this. I reposted it on my Facebook. Somebody was asking them, like, what is July 4th? Why are we celebrating it? Oh, it's for the veterans. Like, who did we fight to get our independence? And they were saying Japanese, Germans, Spanish, Mexican. They didn't know what the hell. None of those people knew what the hell. I'm not good in history. You know, these people are so stupid, dude. They can't tell you anything. You can't even get them to do a math problem.
They stopped teaching cursive to the kids when my oldest son, like, he was in the 3rd grade, and they stopped teaching cursive, and that was the grade they start teaching it. And so I'm like, this is going to be a problem because these kids aren't going to know how to sign their own checks
They don't.
or like business contracts. So I told all my kids, like, y'all at least got to know how to sign y'all name in cursive. And I taught most of them, and some of them are like, I don't care. They don't teach me that at school. So I'm like, you're gonna, I don't know.
In school. School's a huge waste of time and a waste of money. And
Yeah.
don't go to college because you're not going to do anything but go into debt. And those
don't
jobs
really-
people are going to school for
A
now,
waste of life. It
They're
really
not
wastes their
even-
potential.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You can go to college and you're just going to end up in debt, and those jobs won't even exist in a few years.
Yeah.
Not even going to exist.
You know, you guys think that the school system is here to educate your children.
No.
It's not. It's to turn out good little worker bees for the
Yeah.
factory. It
Worker
has nothing-
bees or prison.
Prison bees. Yeah,
You gotta understand, prison is big business.
Yeah,
It
the
is.
rat race. They're gonna
in
use
the
them for the
more
rat
people
race.
are imprisoned in this country than any other country in the world. The thing I can tell you guys right now, 100%, is that it's indoctrination. They don't learn anything, but they do learn to be indoctrinated, and they learn to
Yeah.
who to hate and who to like. The main things that they learn, now are just that stupid Common Core math. They don't even.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
so ridiculous, dude. When I saw your brothers, struggling
Well, the
with
whole
it.
point of that is to make them hate math.
Yeah.
To make it confusing.
Look up
It's
the
the same thing with history.
You know what's so crazy? You could fool all these kids by writing in cursive. It's like a code to them. They wouldn't understand it. But it's even worse. The kids now that are coming out, they don't know how to use a computer because all they do is use a phone.
Yeah.
You tell them something and they're like, "Is there an app for that?" I couldn't believe it when they were asking me about an app. I said, "An app for what? You don't have a computer?" No, I just use my phone.
Look up the Robert Miller schools through the UN, and that's the entire agenda that they've been doing.
Yep.
And you will see
Rockefellers are the ones that
piece
founded
by
all of
piece
this
since
crap.
the 50s that they've been slowly doing this, and it's all about sexualizing the kids from kindergarten and making them so stupid that they literally don't know their own name or can't write their own name. It's
Don't know
madness.
history.
Did
It's
you say
madness.
Robert Miller?
Yeah, Robert Miller schools through the UN. Yeah.
So the real whiz, I don't know what that is, but he says basically drip feeding us information. So he's talking about the werewolf vampire thing. Here's the weird thing. You were talking, the same guy, what's his name? Wiz, I just lost him.
The Real Whiz TCG.
The Real Whiz TCG. He was talking about Bloody Mary. Dude, if you know how many stories I've read over the years.
Are you on my phone, Corbin?
I had 5 Bloody Marys last night.
Corbin.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, dude, I got a story that somebody gave me this. It was a guy out of South Carolina. And I'm telling you, dude, it was like identical to it because I get these stories, something like they're repeating, but they're just different people that it happens to. It was a terrifying encounter. We should do that one because we're doing a paranormal potluck for tomorrow. We should we should record that one. Yeah, dude. I can't remember his name. I got to go look. I got it in my phone, but the guy literally, dude, like something they did that Bloody Mary. You say it 3 times. There's something that actually does happen there. I mean, I have heard it so many times
In the mirror, yeah.
parties in the mirror. Yeah, people they say things and something happens to them. It's not. This is not a. Or they'll play with a Ouija board and they'll
Yeah, I've
summon
seen it.
something. Yeah, it's crazy. So freaking crazy, man. So Scott, you've been
Sometimes
waiting.
they break the mirror. Sometimes they break the mirror.
Something comes out of it. It does. It really. It's a portal. That's what it is.
I just want to say one thing to Monisha before. I think that the reason that you were hearing all those things is because they knew that you're spiritually gifted. So they're the spiritual law. They're identifying themselves that I guess this native drum beats and that's their land. So your boss had a spiritual opening of anger or being mean. It attacked them, So
And
it's just good that you left.
Or maybe they just don't know how to quit.
Antonio Vasquez, I'm going to say something about Roy Stubblefield, and I'll say it publicly. I don't believe a damn word he says. about that. That guy, and nothing against you, Tony. You probably don't know, but I don't believe a damn word that guy
That
says.
guy sounds familiar. Who was he?
Yeah, he was on Josh Anocchio and telling his bullshit story. He's the one that attacked Bettina, and he hangs out with those group of degenerates that are full of shit. And I said it publicly. Yeah, fuck you. Okay, Roy? You can go. I don't give a shit. All right. He said something to me one time. We got into it on the phone. I'm like, dude, don't. He's RPT Ryan Tremblay's little buddy. Yeah, fuck all you. How about that?
See the guy that said,
oh, I remember. Is that the guy who? Is that the guy who saw a werewolf? Is that the guy who saw a
female werewolf? The female werewolf.
He's no damn werewolf. He probably looked in the mirror because he didn't shave or something, dude.
Well, he got stood up by a female or something
That's
like
what
that.
it was.
And then, stood up by a female.
What's the
He
deal?
walked into a whorehouse and said, "Oh shit, what is that?" Because they came out and they were like, "Well, you're not very attractive. Let's see if we can find a hooker that will actually be with you." And that's what they get. And he's like, "Oh," and he went and made a story about it. Yeah. So you heard it here. You heard it here publicly.
I don't know what's the beef with you two guys.
What's his name too? All of you, they're all a little cabal, right? Like put them all in a little pokeball, because they're full of shit and they make up shit. I don't believe a damn word they say. I've talked to him before. I don't believe his story. He told me so. You never heard me repeat it because it's bullshit. He couldn't keep his story straight. Every time you talked to him, it got different. It got bigger. Well, it was 1,000 foot tall. Okay, dude. Right.
I wanted to say something to Abe or about what you had said. I like my grandmother on my father's side, his mother is Indian and his dad is black, but I felt like maybe like my ancestors were communicating with me or something, because on that land it's this kind of tree that I noticed, like it's this small, like little, like if it rains, like from the top of the hill, it's like the rainwater will go down like a creek on one part of the land, and it goes under the parking lot. But like one summer when I was off of work, I took my kids over there because they got like a playground that kids can play on or whatever. And I just loved the scenery in the daytime. But when I took my kids and like the day we went, the creek was dried up. So we walked up there and I found this tree, and the way it grows out is like, it grows out of the ground sideways and then it goes up. And I read somewhere that Native Americans planted trees that like that in that format. And I've never seen a tree like that before, but I did remember reading that somewhere, and I don't know what tribe planted them or whatever, but it looks like it's like the hill could possibly be some sort of Native American mound if you look from the sky or something. But I did like sense that or notice that on the land. Like if I notice things that stick out, they kind of stick out to me a lot. And I know it's mounds here in Ohio somewhere, but I think like in my city, because I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and this is like suburbs of Cincinnati, they don't put like plaques up and tell you where stuff is when it comes to the Native American stuff, because we're so close to the inner city. But it looks like I've seen different places that look like mounds and areas that you wouldn't expect them to be, but there's no plaque, and I just sense it. And I don't know if it's because my grandma is like, like skip one generation above me, and she's Indian. She passed away when I was 16. So when I was young, I didn't know a lot of questions to ask her. And I wish, like, I'm very curious now, and I love history and I love like genealogy and all that kind of stuff. But I didn't get to ask her a lot about like her past. But like I get stories from my aunt and my dad a lot about her, like her side of the family. And I do got like native blood in me, like, and I think I have it on my mother's side, but I don't know how far back. But like, I don't know. I don't know if like I heard the tribal noises, like they could have been trying to protect me from this owl figure, and I don't know what it was, but I felt
Lechuza.
fear.
In Spanish, we call it lechuza. It was a witch. Lechuza
Yeah.
is making the owl sound.
So let's.
Okay.
Manifestation.
So we got to move on to the next person, but I
Yeah.
appreciate it. You know, coming on and telling you can stick around if you want. We don't have anybody else on the queue right now.
Okay.
But that's good stuff. So Scott, did you want to tell your encounter that you told
Yeah,
on?
I got a story, but I wanted to also let this thing about the black and white magic. You know, Matthew 19:14. If you look that up, the Bible doesn't differentiate between black and white magic, but it condemns any form of magic other than the power of Jesus Christ. So any form of something that's outside God's direction is going to be infiltrated. So, be careful about that. But you can find that more of that Matthew 19:14. But anyways, let me get to this kind of a story. I wrote this down here. This is a continued dream, black and white. I had, and all can kind of relate.
Scott, before you tell that one, I would like to get you, if you would tell the one that you told on Abe's show the other night, because it kind of runs parallel to one that I was given by a guy named Daryl. He's not. It was outside of this town. It was out in West Texas. But anyway, I told it on the show on Friday, I believe. I had a little Friday show. The one that you had was very interesting. You
About what?
You were a boy, the sleepover.
You were a little boy. You had a sleepover.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm probably about 5 years old. Sleeping over to somebody's house was like really
hold
cool.
on. You already started off lying, dude. You're at least 50, dude. What's going on here? You got to be 55 years old. What are you talking about? You're 5 years old. Come on. You're not fooling anybody.
I say you're funny, but I mean, you throw in all these little anecdotes that just
go ahead.
Incredible, buddy.
I had somebody came on the phone the other day and they were like, "Hey, it's your dad." I'm like, "This is not my dad. This is a cell phone. Stop lying."
Okay, so anyways, I'm about 5 years old, and my best friend, this is in Virginia, and it's summertime, and so I guess my mom and my dad probably went out to dinner, or they went dancing or something. So didn't have a babysitter, or maybe somebody else. Anyways, so they invite the family that we knew. My best friend, they invited me to sleep over at night. So, we used to pal around. I mean, like I said, he was my best friend. So at night came, he's got like a twin size bed, and, we have our pajamas on, and, we probably went to bed like at, 8:30, that kind of thing. And I don't remember watching any TV over at his house, but, we played outside and everything, and probably, it was time for bed. So so my friend, he is, he's up against the wall, and right above the wall is a window, and it's, I think it's like a 3-bedroom house, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, similar to one of the houses, because we're only like 3 houses away. So anyways, so we go to bed, and we now I remember their family was Baptist and our family was Catholics. Not that it has anything to do with this, but just threw that in. But so we go to sleep, and at that age, I didn't even know how to tell time either. So I think I had a Zorro watch they gave me for my birthday one time, but I didn't even know how to tell time on it. But I used to watch that show. There was a guy with the sword fighter guy, and So I was sleeping and I woke up. And both of us are, sleeping together, and we got the covers or the sheet, like up to our neck. And through the window, there's like there's either a street light or the moon. There was a kind of, because the room was all dark. We didn't have a night light and anything. And maybe the door was open a little bit too. I'm not sure, but it was kind of like a little moonlight coming in. And so I woke up, and for some reason I just woke up, and I turned and looked at my friend, and he had just the head of a reptilian.
Wow.
And there was no color.
Wow.
There was no, color, but it was just the head. And its eyes and mouth were closed. It had that snoot, and I didn't see ears, but it was just like, you would look at a salamander or, a lizard, anything. But the scales, it had scales, but they were real smooth. They weren't like real rough. They were like real smooth. And the head was like the size of my head. I mean, I'm talking about, it was not big, but it would be the same, diameter as his head would be, but it had like a snoot on it. So, so I'm like, I'm out of my periphery, but I'm looking, I'm looking over, and I'm being real quiet and not, startle whatever's there. So I'm like, I pulled the covers down a little bit, and I put my foot over the bed, and I just kind of like squirm very slowly out of the bed, because I was probably scared, but I don't remember that. I was just like, I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here, man. This is weird. I mean, these are my words now, but I was startled that, that I got to get out of here. So, I get off the bed, like I slide off and, like either on my knees or whatever, because I don't remember standing up, like getting out of bed like that. Just kind of like falling softly out of bed to get out without any kind of, movement of the bed. So I get up from the floor or whatever, and I walk very creepily out and the bathroom is like right across the hallway there. So the door and the hallway door, the light, there was no light at all in the hallway or anything like that. But, looking at that face really startled me. So I ended up, I have my pajamas on. So I'm like looking. I don't know. I haven't been in this house. I know we've been in the basement because they had a pool table and stuff. But it's like, who can I tell? And I'm like, I was always the kind of person like, things would happen, and I always keep it to myself, because it's like, I didn't want to make any commotion at night about that, or run into the parents' bedroom, even if they were there or not, and say, this thing is in the bedroom, that kind of thing. So I just like kept my mouth shut. I went in the bathroom. I climbed into the bathtub, and I went to sleep in the bathtub. And so the next morning, I woke up, and there's a window in the bathroom, so the sun had come up, and nobody was up. So I got up, I'm like I got up and I shut the door on the bathroom and just flushed the toilet, and I never told anybody that story. I think, as a child, when you have these experiences, it's like, you regress them in your mind, but, looking back, I can't remember what I did yesterday, but I've got like an elephant mind where I can remember in detail, just going way back in my mind. And, so that's basically the story, because the other night someone was bringing up this shapeshifter concept, And I said, that's kind of like what it was. And then Abe said, well, it was a demonic entity that jumped into his body. And I think more or less, the latter that's what happened, that he was sleeping and something attached itself and became visible. And maybe the Holy Spirit woke me up. This is all hypothetical by me, but woke me up and said, it's time to get out of there. So
Yeah.
that was pretty interesting.
Did you ask him? Did you ask him about what happened? Did he feel anything?
No, I never, he was my best friend too. And I never spoke about it to him or anybody in that family or my family for that matter. And I just it's almost like it was regressed, like you forget about it, when you forget about until you get to adult. And I go back through my life and these things start to surface again because, listening to these podcasts or listening, you start having your own supernatural experiences. You start to look back in your life saying, wow, if you're laying in bed, let me think about going back to my childhood, adolescenthood, teenager years. And then these shows provide a platform where, I can actually bring these stories out. And Wolf is like an excellent storyteller too, that when I listen to him talk, I'm going like, oh my God. I mean, and hearing other people's, stories, it's kind of a camaraderie of people getting together to share. It's something that they have in common. So it's kind of a weird family relationship that we all have. That's what I feel. I think God is like putting this all together to make people it's almost like it's a psychiatry, thing from God, like giving us this platform and others as well to talk about our experiences, through our lives. And, that was the story about this reptilian head.
Are you still
There was
best
no
friends with
arm,
him?
there was no hands, arms, I mean, it was, the covers were up to his neck. I didn't see any claws or, how long the body was or how, thick it was under the covers. I just, like I said, I just looked at the head and the face, and I said, like I gotta get out of here. Oh my God.
Are you still best friends with that guy?
Well, the funny thing about it, I was going to go back there last year, but my folks live in Asheville with the hurricane hit. I had to cancel everything. And his brother that's older, who I converse with on Facebook a lot, but the other brother, that the one was in the bed, that I don't hear, like his brother doesn't really, because he doesn't have any pictures. He doesn't have, all I know is he's like a construction supervisor for some building, company. But he's not, his brother, the older brother, doesn't say anything about like, hey, Scott, your friend, he wants to see you, and all that kind of thing. So I don't think it has really anything to do with it, but some people are not into this, this public, Facebook, they're not into this stuff, but the older brother, he's not into this cryptid stuff. Now, I haven't talked to him about it because, you'll lose a lot of friends. You start talking to people about these kinds of experiences or, your research work, and you'll lose family members, friends.
People won't talk to you. I think you're weird.
You're gone. You're gone, man. You're a lone wolf out there. You're a lone wolf.
True.
So it's only people that I know that I'm attracted to, that God brings. This is out in the public. That God brings me these people, and some of them freeze right in front of me I'm talking to them, while they're like listening, but they're not going, oh, I got a phone call. Like they're running, right? But I think it's all spiritually driven by Jesus Christ. Believe it or not, this whole mechanism controlling is all about God. It's about bringing people, to if they're interested, that there is a dark side, and we may be the teachers in the future, because when that veil comes down and you see these, three-headed creatures and whatever's going to come out of that veil, that, we may have to be the teachers to people, to have them, that we will be, the comforters for these people, because they never knew,
Scott.
they never knew the Holy Spirit. Jesus says, I'll send the comforter to you. Well, what is that? What is that? I mean, you guys, I'm going to just leave that out there. But anyways, that's the story about the transformation of my best friend. Oh my gosh.
So would you say the chances of your friend being an actual reptilian is somewhat high?
Is somewhat what?
Somewhat high.
Somewhat
Hard.
No, hi. He's saying that what are the chances
Hi.
of your friend actually being a reptilian is what he's asking.
I don't know. I think Abe had hit the hammer on the nail, that it's a possession. When we're asleep, we don't know that a demonic spirit can jump into that body. We don't know. I don't have the answer to that, but I can't answer that. It's ambiguous. All this, spiritual. But I think that this is something, a demonic, that they can take any form. So, it's
For the fear
one of
factor, I
the.
think for the fear factor,
Well,
brother,
I wish you had a videotape. I wish you had a videotape of that night. It's really bizarre. I would have loved to see
Well,
it.
you're
God
talking.
damn.
This is like 1963 or something like that. Way back.
Oh,
When.
okay.
Yeah.
When you were telling your story, it made me think about some training I had in occult crime investigation. And it was, and this came out of the FBI training program. They had found out that looking at these kids disappearing, that, that some kid just disappears out of the neighborhood, and there's nobody's seen a car that didn't belong, or a van. All of a sudden the kid just disappears. Well, what they had found out was that there were families that were involved in satanic worship, and they would move into a neighborhood, and their kids would make friends with the neighborhood kids, and then they would select one or two of them they'd want to abduct, and the kid would come over, just playing how kids used to just kind of move around from house to house. And then all of a sudden a kid goes in the wrong house, and he's just never seen from again. And not long after that, the family moves, and they just disappear from basically from the face of the earth. But there are some things going on out there that would just make your skin crawl if you've been exposed to some of the things that I was exposed to over 20 or 30 years that I was involved in that type of stuff. I mean, it's just crazy that some of the things that people get involved in.
Yeah. The world is so weird. When I started doing this, I believed in a lot of stuff. I had a very open mind, and I would interview people.
Truth
and I'd
is
be honest,
stranger than fiction.
I didn't always believe everything anybody told me. I would say it on the show and be like, look, this is what somebody said. Doesn't mean that it's true because I don't know. I'm just a messenger. But you would do a show and then inevitably someone would, not necessarily the listener, but the listeners would get somebody that they're like, I know somebody that said something like this. And they would bring me people that had experienced something like what we talked about on the show or what somebody said happened to them on the show. And then you would just go on and on and on. You know how that happened, Anthony, every time. It was a weird thing. Like, how many times can you like it happened like over and over?
Yeah.
Like I can't even, I don't even, the show wouldn't have grown if that wasn't the case. I mean, and we had diehard listeners. And I've said this many times and I'll say it again. I'll say it every show. We have real listeners, real people. These other shows, they have these huge 300,000 says bullshit. Get out of here because you put a chat on, you got 300 people in the chat, you got 300,000 people. Where are all the people? Where are they at? Because they buy them and from these bot farms, Indian and Chinese bot farms. And so you have some guy on there. You have good show. I love happy time fun guy. This is great.
Yeah.
Like get out of here. It's bullshit. And then they always have these numbers behind the names or whatever. That's just nobody changes it. You're just going to be C-3PO, whatever. I don't believe it. But I just, so I learned, during this war that's been waged on us by these lunatics, I figured it out. Like a lot of these people are fake. Last year was a very big eye opener for me. At the beginning of last year, a lot of
these people are made in China.
Exactly. They're not real. I mean, we did the live here and we got, there's Sailor Nemesis. What's up? And also Beyond the Box. Hey, if you want to jump on, I'd love to have you on, if nothing else, just to promo your show and tell them what it is. She's got a show called Beyond the Box. I met her on Abe's channel. Like I said, Abe knows he's kind of the night shift guy. But, me and Abe were talking about that one day. And you and me too, Richard, we were talking about the other night. Like this is a bunch of fake bullshit.
It's all AI, man.
I'm over
AI's
here
taking over,
hustling my ass off trying to get stories and get people because I want it to be real. I want it. And now you don't know 100% of these people are telling you the truth or whatever. But one thing that really sticks with me is when someone gives me a story and I've heard it before from someone else, maybe clear across the country, across the world. And you'll be like, wait a minute, I've heard this before. And then there's a pattern there. And what I always I call it threads. And I've been calling that since 2019. These threads, you'll talk about something and then someone will message you and say, hey, I was listening to your show and I know not always them, but they'll say, I know somebody. And then that person will tell their encounters, but then they'll say, hey, my brother or my cousin, whatever. And then that person will give you an encounter. And it may not be the same thing. And oftentimes it's not, but that's how you get more stuff. And dude, let me tell you, I became a real pest in some of those groups. Some of them I got kicked out of because they're like, well, you're just trying to get people's stories. And no shit. What are we supposed to be doing with these groups? I mean, I want to hear these people's, what was that? It was like a flash of light twice. I mean, it's probably not a person.
They see you rolling, they hating.
I'm telling you. And so they would kick me out of these groups. They'd be like, well, you're but then some of them would be like, well, I'm going to make you a mod, and I'm a mod or an admin and a bunch of, I don't even know who I'm, what I am. And I'll see, approve this person, that person. I'm like, really? I'm a mod in this group? I didn't even know. There's hundreds of them. And then you get to know some of the people. I'm in this one reptilian group. I got a bunch of stuff from them. Bigfoot groups, Dogman groups. I got a really cool sea serpent story recently from somebody from one of these groups. And, most of the time people are cool. They'll let you talk to them, whatever. But then other times they'll just be like, this person's harassing me, whatever. And then you just ask them a question about a story. And then sometimes they'll see, oh, well, he has a show. He's got a bunch of, then they want to be cool after that. And I'm like, I don't hold grudges. I don't. If you hold grudges, you die a lonely, broke person. Okay. That's not a good thing. So I just tell you know what, for the sake of the show and to get people, to hear the information, I'll be like, cool. But you want nothing to do with me until you found out that I had a show, and then they were cool. Before that they were being like all weird and shitty. But I endured a lot a lot. Just attacks, persecution, people telling me I was crazy, saying all kinds of crap, and you don't know. You just don't know what you're going to get with these things here. Hey guys, how are y'all doing? And so I don't like I never say never when it comes to this stuff, because I've had people tell me some weird things. I think one of the weirder ones that we got, it was a guy that Ken Gerhardt told me about, who saw what looked like a playing card, a person turn into a playing card. And you think that is so, Ken could tell you about it. It was a weird thing. I think he talked about it on the show, and you're going like, he goes, it's just the weirdest encounter you could ever imagine. So you think maybe this person's on something and they're loopy. Have never had another person say that, but I don't discount, because I've had people talk about seeing two-dimensional beings that look like playing cards, but they're not. They don't look like the card, like the numbers and the whatever. They're just like this flat, weird being that has like appendages off of it, and they move and they flip around.
Truth is stranger than fiction.
Two-dimensional. Yeah, it is strange, and it's a shadow thing, So you have these weird people that you think are just weird. They're off of their rocker, right? But then they start telling you stuff, and then someone else comes along and says, you know what? They're brave enough to tell you that they had the same thing happen. And so the Bloody Mary thing, I have a whole file on that. I think we have about, I know the exact number, because I just counted it the other day. We have 16 different people who have talked about that actually working. I've been keeping a total on that. 16 different people.
It's on video. I've seen it.
Yeah, it's a real thing. Now the thing is, somebody had said something like you, Richard, were talking about it being a tulpa.
Yeah.
What if the power of belief makes these things real?
Yeah.
What if
Or
that is
something
what
will
we're
step
doing?
in.
Exactly. And give your mind what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Right?
Open a door.
Yes, open that door, and whatever comes through. Now, Scott, I don't know, the guy Daryl that gave me that story, and I was going to tell it on the podcast or whatever for a show about that stuff. And then last night's show was about people that aren't really people, and it was awesome. L7, you came on and we started talking, and then of course Ry Voss showed up, and he jumped on, and we had a great show. But it's like this thing, Joel, the vampire guy, he told me and Tony we're looking for that, because he says, hey, these buildings, they don't have any markings on them. You will never, and I never looked at this. And then all of a sudden I started seeing it. Mm-hmm. So we were driving the other day, me and Tony, and Tony was like, because we were at this shopping center, and it's like, look at this, what is that? There's a building there that doesn't have any, I'm talking about. It doesn't match anything around it. Mm-mm. There's no markings, nothing. So we got out and we went up, we were looking inside of it, and you could see furniture and all kinds of stuff. That building's been there for 2 years at least. And now all of a sudden they're having like a coffee shop and a boba tea coming soon. And I'm like, why would that be in an office building? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it makes you wonder, especially like with these really big, like if you go downtown or anywhere where there's expensive real estate, you'll see like these huge office buildings that get built, and for years they just sit there, like not being rented. It looks like they're not being used, and that those are expensive to pay for, but they don't have tenants for years. Like, I mean, like what is that? It's they're paying for that for a reason. Like it's being used for something. Yeah. Like
there's one 2 doors down from me, bro.
Yeah.
What's
maybe it is made to house demons.
Yeah. What's that building in downtown Austin used for it? It looks like an owl at the top.
The Frostbank building.
The Frostbank building.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've seen it from the
look like that. Mm-hmm.
It's a weird looking dude.
I heard in LA they have those, like, they build these, like, it's hollow on the inside to hide like the oil rigs, because it's called like sight pollution or something to see an oil rig. So they build these fake buildings, and those are inside some of them.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening inside of downtown Austin. I mean,
Oh no, I didn't. No.
Yeah.
But I have a story, a short story, real quick to share about that I had heard about this girl and her friends. Her friends, she lived in Inglewood. Her friends came from out of state, and they were there with her for a week at her house. And they decided they wanted to go get tattoos, so they took an Uber to downtown LA. She had used some sort of app to find this tattoo shop. I don't know. She didn't say what it was, but so when they get to the street that it's on, the Uber driver tells them, you guys are gonna have to walk. There's nowhere for me to pull up over there. So they walk through this shady alley, and where the building is supposed to be, they notice that the windows are all blacked out. It looks like spray paint. It's spray painted black on the outside, on the inside. So they go inside, and they have guys had to pull it open.
Hang on, you're
Your
breaking up real
sound is
bad,
getting
Taylor.
real bad, Sailor.
You want to back up about 5 seconds, because your sound cut out, and then you got like really quiet all of a sudden.
Is it still doing that?
Yeah,
you
you
just
still
very,
sound
very,
muffled
very
and low.
quiet.
Your volume is very low.
Can you get closer to your microphone?
They took her.
Oh,
folks. A moment of silence.
she was
Sailor.
abducted.
Rest in
The
peace, Sailor.
Palladians got her. Too bad. I blame Richard. He was arguing.
They're everywhere.
Exactly. Richard was arguing with her at the end of last night's show. I blame him.
Oh, Sailor and I never argue. We have meaningful banter.
Yeah,
like,
I can see that.
Like Steve and I.
Yeah, yeah. You and Steve, y'all bantering big time back and forth. You know, and you and
you
D
are
always,
the culprit in this. I hear Sailor last night too. Okay.
So,
It's
Steve,
all
do you
good.
want to introduce yourself and tell them who you are? You have a show too.
Yeah, my name is Steven Yassel. I have the YouTube channel Yissel Missile Productions, and I'm a filmmaker. Been doing photography and video for the past 22 years. And I started off doing music videos, and thank you. And short films. And I was doing a lot of board meeting video re-uploads for a while. That got my channel a lot of traction and algorithms. Then I got punished for posting controversial board meeting speeches. So I was getting copyright strikes, or basically channel strikes, not copyright strikes, for sharing controversial topics. And then I moved on to interviewing other people on my channel, and now I'm doing deep dives into different esoteric topics. Right now I'm doing a deep dive on Bermuda Triangle and Coral Castle as well, and I'm putting together the Great Lakes Triangle deep dive.
That's another. That's interesting.
And yeah, that I'm gonna be excited going into that, because I live around here. I'm in Chicagoland area, and Great Lakes Triangle has Lake Superior is one of the most active places for that.
So many boats missing there, right?
Yeah, and I'm just getting into that with the Great Lakes Triangle, but Bermuda Triangle right now I'm focusing on the missing boats and missing people. I don't know what you would say, like derelict boats, where they just show up back on the water, but nobody's there. Nobody's on board. There's food that's left on the table still in some of the mess decks. And animals are still present, but people are all they're all gone. So it's just it's a fascinating subject for me. I personally will never go out on the water like that to the Bermuda Triangle, just based on all of these accounts that I've read. So I'd rather stay away from that and not tempt fate in a way.
Well, how about just going there and setting up a camera?
Oh, like
cameras
I'll go.
aren't going to get anything nowadays, man. I'm telling you, dude.
I'll go on
It's all
like
AI,
out of
man.
the Florida coastline. That's about
That's
it.
our best chance.
So, and you do your research, Steve, because we were on Abe's show, and I said something about Charles Berlitz's book, and you picked it right up. So you obviously, because that, to me, that's the Bible of the Bermuda Triangle. Because if you're going to do a deep dive, folks, on, I'll tell you which book to read from who and what subject, and you can take it or leave it. You know, I'm not going to push myself on anybody, but like I told Steve, Charles Berlitz's book, you know, that would be the where to start. I mean, you don't have to keep, you know, just keep moving, because there's a lot, but that book is very instrumental if you're going to do a deep dive on the Bermuda Triangle. Bermuda Triangle is very interesting. And I think that if you stop and you look about Edgar Cayce,
yeah,
in the Bimini Road, like he said it's going to happen, and it did. And I really believe that Plato he was being honest when he said there was a civilization that vanished. You know, there were scholars that were talking about, you know, the time before the moon. You know, like the moon hasn't always been there. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff, and everybody just like, well, you know, these people that were back then, they believed all kinds of weird stuff and blah, blah, blah. It's not real. You know, they believed that there was a Minotaur on the island of Crete. I believe there was too. I really do. I mean, it's all history. But yeah, that is some interesting stuff. Like Ed Lee Scallion, the guy from the Coral Castle, dude, that is so weird. Like how he did that.
Yeah, 5'0" guy
by himself.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards the idea that he used harmonics technology.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah, me too.
So anything with a frequency, he was able. I think he found a way to.
What is
make
harmonics?
Objects weightless. You use sound to make objects weightless, basically. And whether you're using a free energy device to do that, he had a device he designed that after he passed, it was his castle. He called it Rockgate, but it was where he lived, and eventually the nickname Coral Castle caught on. But
yeah, he built it for some chick that didn't care about him.
Yeah, back in Latvia.
Later.
Stood up in his wedding.
What
She
one
didn't
of the
even
worst
show up.
decisions he has ever made.
Tell you that. So let's get to Bree. Bree, you want to tell us who you are? What's going on?
Wow.
I can't hear you.
What a waste of love.
I have your mic
He
muted,
didn't
Bree.
think so.
He didn't think so, obviously, but you know, he was smart though in another way.
Can you
He didn't tell people what he was doing because they would have been all over his ass. Probably killed him.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Bree.
All right. I just had to change the setting on my mic.
I recognize your voice.
Hi. How is
Yeah.
everybody?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Doing well, Brenda.
Good. And Richards, I got something to tell you.
All right.
There is nobody, nobody on this planet that can argue with Steve like me.
Fair enough. I won't try again.
We had a 15-minute powwow before the show last night, and I'm glad nobody else was there. They would have ran with their tails between their legs.
Yeah, we got to clear the air sometimes, and you know,
Yeah.
That's it.
that's the way it is.
You're not going to always get along all the time. I mean, you're going to,
Yeah.
no matter who you're,
Well, especially
dealing
us
with,
two.
you're going to have
because
disagreements.
We are both Capricorns. We're both stubborn. We're both bullheaded. And that's just the way it is. And we know that. So we'll go through a little spiel. And then once we get it out, we're good.
Me and Richard, we argue. He loves Tim Hortons a lot. He goes dumpster diving over there, Tim Hortons. I tell him to stop. He's going to get sick, but he just keeps doing it.
You get addicted to the microplastics, bro.
He's like, I haven't had my stroke yet.
Yeah, for real.
Okay.
Something about that coin.
He's
syrup.
committing suicide. He's playing the long game. Eventually, it
Balls
will happen.
That's
Balls
crazy.
aren't completely full yet.
Yeah.
No, Richard actually hates that place. That's why we were talking about it one day.
I can hit it. I can literally hit it with a rock. I can literally hit it with a
Damn
rock from here.
parasites.
Seriously, Maddie, it's unbelievable.
Oh boy!
Parasites will crawl over there and come get you.
I tell you what, dude. So, so you want to tell them about your channel? What you got? going on?
Yeah. My show is Beyond the Box. It's not a real big channel. We've been doing it for about a year now. But the people that we have are consistent viewers, so I
That's
understand what Wolf says. I have a pretty good community. As a matter of fact, I've got some Abes over there, so it's kind of nice. We do a little bit of everything. We do a lot of biblical. We call that Susie's Story Time. This girl has read every single Bible and literature and books that have been taken out of the Bible and everything. You can't argue with her. I swear. Don't even try it. I love her to death, but don't try it. We also do cryptid, paranormal. Sometimes I have guests like Abel come on. I've had Dennis Carroll on, Barb Hartman. They'll come on the show every once in a while. But a lot of
I like
times,
Barb and Dennis, both good people.
yeah. Oh, Dennis, I love Dennis. Dennis is my little, I call him my little demonologist.
Yeah, he's been on Blondes and Booze. I don't think I've had him on yet. Tell him that I'd like to have him on too. I mean, I just have there's a long list of people that are trying to connect. I get people's emails from their publicist all the time, and sometimes I don't know who they are, and then somebody will be like, "Oh, that's somebody," and I'm like, "Well,
Dennis,
just kind of deal with my friends."
Yeah, I love having Dennis on when I'm tired because you just bring up a subject and let him go.
Let him talk.
And you can just sit there and go,
Yeah, I communicated with him about doing something, and then I think we just lost. I mean, we just didn't. It didn't. That happens a lot, and there's a lot of people who message me, and I'll be like, "Yeah, let's do this," and then it just. And if you're somebody who's given me an email and I've just responded, there's a bazillion people, and then the messenger it just gets full, and I have so much going on.
Yeah,
and I have a job. I have a major company that I run too, so it's not. I don't really. It's not that I'm. Do what?
Is your company armed?
Well, it depends.
Okay.
We subcontract a lot of stuff too, so we can do whatever you want. But
I used to work for one down here before I lost my legs. Matter of fact, that's what I was doing when I lost it. And we were all armed. I also worked. I used to be a police officer in Las Vegas, Nevada, and before I came here. And we were subcontracted out to some of the casinos because the casinos were not allowed to carry. But if you had a licensed officer, they could carry. So, and that was fun. I actually liked that better.
What year
than
was
driving
that? Because
around
I know
giving
we could carry
tickets.
back in the 90s. What year was that?
Oh God, it was. Well, it was in the 90s. It was mid to late 90s, but it was Laughlin, Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't actually Vegas itself, but
Because
Laughlin.
I know in Vegas you could.
Yeah,
The
in
Metro
Laughlin,
cops in Vegas were rough too, boy.
Yes.
That's what I liked about them. If you had a problem and you took somebody out of the casino, the Metro didn't play around. If you just told them, look, this person's, they would take your side.
And I know in Nevada, it was funny. We had this big bar fight, and it was two guys and their chicks, and they were all piled on the floor. And I was like, oh, this is going to be fun. Well, both of the women had long hair, so I grabbed them by their hair, wrapped it around my wrist, and yanked them both off there. And I told them, you stay here. And they kept getting up and jumping on me. And finally, when I got them off me, I said, if you move again, I swear to God, I will shoot you in your toe. It's like, don't even do it. So we took them downstairs to where the holding cell is at the casino. And some of the Las Vegas Metro came over, and Linda walks up to me, and this girl's pacing back and forth in the cell. And she's yelling and screaming at me and calling me all kinds of names. And I'm looking at her and I'm just shaking my head. Linda says, you're not going to put a stop to this. She says, I can have her drop her belt and leave it here. We can go up to the car and I'll let you out of your handcuffs and see who wins. And the girl just kind of looked at her like really funny and sat down. I just sat there and laughed. I was like, yeah, let's go.
God,
But
I
yeah,
remember when I was in Vegas, there was a lot going on. You had the thing that happened with Binion's horseshoe and his
yep,
mysterious silver bars. I remember all that. And I remember Tupac getting shot.
yep.
I was there when all this went down, all these different things. And so it was an interesting time in Vegas. I know that those yellow shirts, though, when they showed up, people started acting right because
Yeah.
they'll whip your ass. They will
I
whip
was
your
there.
ass. They don't care.
I was there when that big old fight broke out between the Banditos and the Hells Angels and oh God, who else was it? It was two biker gangs.
Mongols.
So long ago.
The
Yes,
Mongols,
that's
yeah,
it.
the Mongols, because the one down here was the Cossacks. They were fighting against the the Banditos down here. Yeah.
Yep. And it was that was a mess. I mean, I was like, oh my God, who did this? Who started this? And then I remembered, oh, never mind, biker gangs.
Yeah.
Dude, all
Yeah,
it takes is one look, and that's it. It's over.
So Frank, what do you got going on here? Before I run,
What's
I
up,
got to get out of
Franco?
here. What's up, Franco? How you doing?
Yeah, hello there, Josh and Dick. Hey, brother, how you doing? How you guys doing?
You don't got to say hi to him. He's just there. You know.
Oh, yeah,
Franco's my buddy.
he's my he's your what you call it, your left-handed.
Left hand. He's my left big toe. He's right there for my.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank all the people that prayed for my wife. I
Mhm.
appreciate all the prayers, guys. Thank you so much. My wife is doing a lot better.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you,
Praise
thank
God.
you, and thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate the show. I like the topics. I see everyone in here is, I believe you guys are believers, and that's really what kicks butt, right? With these demons and devils. But
Franco, before you go on, let me say something here. And you just brought up a good point. I need to apologize because even though I personally don't like certain people in the community, I shouldn't have said F them. It's not right. I'm trying to get away from that. Me and Abe sometimes get carried away because we get aggravated because we get tired of people's shit. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I have a problem. Cussing is something I got to get rid of. I've been trying real hard.
I know
my
you're not
wife's
perfect.
trying to help
I
me.
think we're not perfect either, guys. So
Yeah.
forgive me too for my silent ones when nobody sees me, right?
I just feel like
you're not alone.
And so I just certain people irk me, and I know certain people are full of it, and I just don't. And so I publicly apologize. I shouldn't have said anything about Roy. He's not my favorite person. We've had it out, and I just don't. I don't because my thing is I'll call people out. I don't care. I mean, I don't care. There will never ever be a day where somebody's going to just tell me something, and I think they're blowing smoke and being a fraud or they're being insincere, that I'm not going to call them out on it. It's just that will be the way I am till the day I die. I can't help it. I'll be in the casket and I'll get up and be like, get away from here. You were a liar. Don't try. And then I go back and I'm just going to get up and be like, dude, you're fake. All right, get out of here. You throw rocks and say it's Bigfoot. Get away from my casket. Don't come here. Or whatever they do, because I'm just that guy. I'm not going to be okay with that. I don't like grifters, dude. I can't stand it. And I put a lot of hard work and blood, sweat, and tears into the show. And then they say things like, well, he just sits on his seat. You know how much work goes into this? Because for them, it's probably just typing in some words and doing some BS AI stuff and coming up with some BS story. That's not what we do here. And we work hard at this, and we're all in this together. And I feel like we're a family, and when you're not watching our show, you're free to go watch whoever, but I try to get as many YouTuber podcaster people on here as possible so people will have a good place to go to watch good, decent people, so you don't have to be taken in by these grifting frauds. And like I said, there's never going to be a day where I'm not going to call them out on them. Sorry. Not sorry, because, I want my people to be safe. And we are a different breed. We're not the sheeple. We're the wolves. But they want us to go extinct. They don't want us around. So we got to put on that sheep clothing so we can blend in with the bad crowd. And they all just do their little bit, and we got to go along with it. But that's not who we are. Right. We're not those people. And then when Abe says something that hurts their little boo-boo feelings, and then they get mad because don't mess with them. They're like, he's crazy. Well, then why would you poke the bear? Why would you mess with the guy if you think he's crazy? That's the thing I don't understand is if you're so scared now and you're so whatever, why do you talk so much shit?
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand. But anyway, I didn't mean to get on a soapbox, Franco.
It's okay.
I'm going to do it publicly apologize because that's not a good thing to do to say that about F somebody, whatever. That's not a good thing, but whatever.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. Yeah, kind of rough when you got all these people on your case, right? Especially you.
Yeah, I mean, you get tired of it.
Oh, yeah. I understand. It's understandable. Anyways, I think I came here like once before, and I mentioned something about a female that lived on the 3rd floor. She was demon possessed, and they had to remember that subject there. She actually was pretty badly demonized. The place was demonized, and she actually, the cops came over, and she just she's like 90 pounds, and she threw these cops in full gear like they were nothing. They were just slammed against the wall by a push, you know. So I came here one time to tell you about that story, and I was asking you what for advice. Well, anyway, that person's gone to Alberta, and the place is rented to somebody else. I just hope nothing happens in there. You know, no carry forth from previous. You know, because
They haven't had anything go on there.
No, I haven't heard anything. So at the point right now, but maybe there is something we don't know. I haven't really able to get out to talk or to find out what's going on. But anyways, I didn't have to do anything. I didn't, because they asked me if I wanted to go up there and do cleansing or figure out what's going on. It didn't happen. So thank goodness. Anyways, I didn't have to go. But anyway, remember how we were talking about these spiritual entities and how whether they are physical or spiritual? I got a story for you.
Go ahead.
It was in my other apartment where I used to live, and a lot of things happened over there. Like, first of all, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I saw like 5 UFOs in my area. We used to live across from General Motors, and I'm thinking, what in the world are they doing? These UFOs parked out here, and it's like there's like a red light or something, and when they get the go, then they go onto General Motors. And I've seen UFOs 5 times there, and very, very close. Okay. I've seen one that was like maybe 150 feet away. There's an apartment building that's 5 stories exactly like mine. And there was a UFO right on top of the building, and it was just parked there like no tomorrow. It was just still, and it was like, just roving over above the apartment, and it was just sitting there. And I'm looking at it, and it's the size of an egg. So because I know what the size of the rooms are, I can figure out it was probably maybe 15 feet by 6 feet. It looked like an egg, had the color of an egg as well. And it was just parked out there. Then it zooms up like maybe 200 feet and stays there, and then comes back down to the same exact spot, and then starts trickling along at the end of the building, and then boom, it takes off. And that was 1 year experience there. But
it was probably abducting people, bro.
I don't know, but it's weird because another time there was something that looked like a helicopter. It really looked like a helicopter. And this one was even closer than 150 feet away. This was like in my building, right? I'm like 30 feet away. When I go out and take the garbage, there's a steel door, and the steel door is about 9 feet, somewhere like that. And this so-called helicopter thing, whatever it was, it looked like a helicopter exactly. And it was roving over the metal door, and it was like 1 foot away, 1 foot away from the basically the second floor. And I was like 30 feet away. So I called my wife and I go, you got to check this out. I think I'm going crazy here or something, but just come out and take a look. So I took my wife out, and we both looked at it. My neighbor came out as well. from the other side. And we're all looking at this thing, and it was floating. It was like, why is it 10 feet away, like 30 feet away, and 9 feet above the first floor, like from the bottom level near second floor, and it was like 1 foot away. So all these things started happening. There's 3 more others and another weird thing that happened, but it'll probably be too much. But what I really wanted to bring out is this one experience, because we're talking about the mystery of whether these things are spiritual or physical. Well, in my apartment one day, what happened was, this is really going to be weird, guys. You're probably going to go, why did I do that? But anyway, there was this size of not a football, but a soccer ball, and this soccer ball kind of thing didn't look like a soccer ball. Okay, whatever it was, I didn't know, but it was underneath the sheet, and at the end of the bed were my feet, right? I had a pretty big bed there. And so it started going under the sheet, right? And started coming towards me. And I saw it. And I also woke up my wife to say, look at this thing. What is that? And it was underneath. So I guess this is the part that's really strange here. What do? Well, I go and put my hands and grab it. Now, if it was spiritual, would you agree my hands would just go right through? It didn't. My hands stayed on top of it. I had it sealed there. The sheet was over it, and it was just like the size of like I said, a soccer ball. And my hands are on it, and I'm holding it down really tight. And then I'm going, well, what am I going to do here, right? And I'm thinking in my mind, Jesus, right? Lord, help us here, right? Whatever this thing is. And then as soon as I loosed my hand a little bit, it was gone. So pretty weird, eh?
Yeah.
So I actually went for it. Like, you gotta be crazy to do something like that, right? I mean, something wrong with me, right? It's got to be. But that was one experience there. And then in that same apartment, there was also another thing that happened. There was a witch that used to live across the way, so maybe she was sending them over. I don't know. She didn't like me. So anyway, there was another thing, a physical thing that happened. This a person was in my bedroom, right? There's no way, my door's locked. Nobody can get in there. And he was, I'd say maybe 5'7", 5'8", wasn't very tall. He was blonde looking, and he was just looking at me, and I'm just looking right back at this thing, right? And I'm thinking in my mind, Jesus, right? Like, what am I looking at? What is this all about? Like, I'm thinking, right? You're just kind of in shock. Like, what is this thing? Is this human? This is real? Is this? I knew it was spiritual in my heart, right? So anyway, I'm looking at it. Oh, the thing smacks me in the face. Bam! Over on my left side of my face. And I'm going, okay, this is interesting. I felt the shot of my face, eh? Bam! I felt it. So these things can materialize. And well, it was gone after, because it just didn't stay there anymore. It was just gone. But anyway, I have a lot more stories, but I'm not going to give you all of them, I guess, right now. You're probably thinking of leaving. I got a bunch more.
Did the being that slapped you look like a Nordic person?
He was blonde, but he wasn't very, very tall, because I'm sure Nordics are actually like 8, 9 feet or something.
I ran into one. I'm not even going to joke with you.
Yeah, so that's what happened with me. That's just, couple. I have, I think, many more. Like you're talking about beings, right? There was one, actually, another one that there was. This thing was very interesting. He was actually on my side of my bed. He must have been an angel, and he was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. His clothing was like perfect, like you're not even having, a person that, makes suits and clothing and all that, right? It's like this guy is like has the best quality material.
Well, like an elf.
And he was tall, but he was not a blonde. This one, he had dark hair, and I saw him. I actually bumped into him with my arm like this. I actually bumped into him, and I looked up, and then I saw, and I physically felt this. He was an angel for sure, because he didn't harm me or do anything. And then he walked over to near the window, and then from the window he was gone. And he had to have been like, had to have been about 8 feet, because apartment was like 10. So, and he reached above the window. So he was actually just a being that was just tremendous.
Was he sleeping beside you, or he was just standing?
No, he wasn't sleeping. He was standing beside me, right on my left side, and I actually hit him. That's with my arm, and then that was it.
Something happened to me like that, Franco. I've said it on the show before. I'm positive. Blonde haired, it just looked like a Viking. I mean, I have no other. I've told you, Anthony. Yeah. It was probably was not. I didn't feel like he was going to hurt me, but it was terrifying, dude. Like, I come across entities all the time. I don't feel afraid. I'm like, they threaten, they say a bunch of crap. If you were to like get one of those, recorders or whatever, you could probably get an EVP from it. It's so they're there. It's right there. It'll cuss you. It'll threaten you. Say it's going to do all kinds of crap. I'm not scared of it at all. I just don't. I mean, it takes something different to make me afraid. But this was a scary encounter. But like I said, I was wandering around, and I was underground. I was going through this like inner earth. I mean, I shouldn't have been down there. And I just ended up going down this tunnel, and then I just bumped into what I thought was a wall. And there was like this sort of like rippled gold or whatever. And I was touching it, and I was like, what is that? And then somebody's hand goes toward me, and I back up, and I look up. There is this guy there that looks like, I've said this before, like he's a Nordic, just massive being. I mean, like he was just looking down at me like that. Just he wasn't doing anything. He just kind of was. He moved slowly. He wasn't trying to scare me or hurt me. He just looked down at me. And my instinct when I run into some sort of being or something like is to fight him, whatever, get him off of me, go away, whatever. I knew immediately I couldn't do anything to this guy because he wasn't evil. First of all, that's, so if I would have tried anything stupid, I would have been in big, big trouble. And so he relayed that to me without even speaking or even saying words.
It's kind of projected the intention.
He was just like, don't do anything stupid. I'm not going to hurt you. Just get out of here. You don't belong here. You're not supposed to be here. And I got the impression that he was actually kind of stopping me from going further because it could have been to my own detriment. But he was also very stern, almost like I want to say a cop, but like, somebody who exudes authority, and he's just like, he's going to mess you up if you misbehave. That's the only entity I've ever come across that just I knew would just tear me apart like so easy, give you the second death. You know what I mean? Like, that's the feeling I got. Like, he could really hurt you, and he had this authority to do it. And so I don't know if he was an angel, maybe, it would be something that would be considered an angel by different cultures, but I just was like, this dude is not playing around. And I remember he had blue, like weird, the little like scales, like armored, but it was blue. It was very beautiful. And he had this gold breastplate, and he had this long braided gold beard, like it was yellow. And he had this long hair, and you could see at the helmet had the eyes like that.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking at this dude, and I'm just like, this guy
straight from fantasy.
Dude, yeah, whatever. It wasn't fantasy. I saw it. And it was just like, I'm telling you, this guy just looked like a Viking. That's all there's only way I could describe it. I didn't see any weapons. He just was standing there. He was taking up the entire tunnel, and I just said, I better get out of here.
The color blue, was it like a light blue, medium blue?
Yeah, kind of. I don't know if I have anything that can compare. I guess I got this hat.
Kind of like the blue that you got on the back panel. Like
kind of looks like this right here, that blue, but a little bit lighter. I don't know. I can't really. I haven't seen that color before, dude. And then
what about this? What about this?
No, it wasn't like aqua at all. It was a blue, but it was very vibrant, shimmering, you know, and the gold was just gold. It was gold. And it was just crazy though. It
Beautiful.
was a very Nordic guy, and I just was like, man, I better get the heck out of here. And I bolted, and I woke up, and I was like, dude, that was a freaking crazy dream. Well, it wasn't a dream. I was out of my body, and I was roaming around, because that's what people do. They don't realize that they do that. Everybody's just like, if you astral project, you're demonic. You're a demoniac. You're going to hell. And it's like, stupid ass, you do it too, but you're probably too stupid to remember it because you got the IQ of an amoeba. But this is what one of these hillbillies told me. I was like, yeah, sure it is, dude.
So,
Yeah,
Josh, just my question there is, okay, so when, you know, all these entities or whatever, when they come into our physical plane, do they become, they're actually physical? So, you know, it's really difficult to figure out, you know, what happens. Can you shoot one of these maybe, or kill them? Will they die?
Yes and no. It depends. I've gotten it both ways. Now, Anthony, we've covered so many of these, and you've heard it straight from the horse's mouth many times, where people say that they've, like the guy from Montana, right? He shot one near a creek, and it was black powder, you know, and then it turns into like a goo because it hit the water. I don't know what that is. When somebody first told me that, the first time I heard somebody say it was up in Oklahoma, and they said that they had shot one of these things, and I'm going like, okay, it was near Tulsa. And I remember the guy was telling us this, and he's like, yeah, I shot one of these things near Tulsa, Oklahoma, out in the woods, you know, whatever. And he said that it was like a powder that came off of it. That was in like probably late 2019, 20, something like that. And I was just like, what was it? That made a joke. Remember I said, what was it? Dehydrated? You know, like, I don't joke around anymore, because now you've heard all this stuff. You know, I can't. I had a guy who was a Bigfoot researcher. It's not one of my favorite people. He's kind of arrogant, and he's very just, you know, the way he believes is the way he believes. He's a flesh and blood people. A lot of people know him. So I had a conversation with him, and we were talking about that, the black goo and all this other stuff. And this, he's like, well, that doesn't happen with Bigfoot. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And then he started telling me about how Bigfoot is a flesh and blood creature that doesn't, whatever. And I said, well, there's people that'll claim that they'll claim a lot of things, but that's not real, you know? And he started telling me that Dogman wasn't real. And I said, I don't know about Dogman, but I know I saw something that looked like a freaking werewolf. Okay, I've never been a big dog man, the way they say it. This whole dog man, type 15 and all this other shit. I don't care about all that. All I know is what I saw. What I saw looked like a freaking upright canid.
Yep.
That's all I can tell you. I mean, you know, people ask me all this stuff. I can tell you what other people have told me, because their encounters seem to be more involved than mine was. Some people's, you know, some people have encounters that just happen, repeated stuff happens. And then you get some people that are just full of crap, like the guy who said that there was a female dogman that wanted to breed with him. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, dude. I really, yeah, and he had us going. Me and Nelly were just like, what, dude? Like, get the freaking heck off my phone, dude. Like, I just... it just sounded so weird. He was like, I was getting, you know, like, and I'm like, first of all, I was like, and I said, why? Why would you get that? Why are you getting that? You know, he's talking about getting, you know, and then he says, because there's a beautiful female. I was like, are you attracted to canines? He said, well, I don't know, maybe. I'm like, yeah, I see you. Bye, dude. And then I thought about it. I was like, this guy's probably a molest. He probably molests pets or something. He's probably one of these kind of people. Weirdo. Around, you know, in a mask and shits in a box.
He's a furry.
Yeah, a furry. Whatever this freakazoids are, you know.
What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, he was from Boston. I remember that we were talking. I thought he was cool at first, and then I was like, this guy's not cool. He's a weirdo, you know. And then I still stand by that. Somebody that says that to me, I don't care. I've had people tell me, like, well, you're missing the whole type of...
Is Josh still here?
Do what? I don't know. What happened? You can't see me? I'm invisible.
Hello?
I'm invisible.
Oh.
So,
he's frozen.
Maybe he froze up.
Anyways,
But I tell you right now, if and this is this, you know, the honest truth, you know, you can't dismiss it because I dismissed some people's story from the LBL because I thought these kids, they were drinking and they admitted they were smoking marijuana. And he goes, I can introduce you to 2 or 3 people that I was with. And he was telling me all this. And he said there were these little mini Dogman looking creatures that were running out after him. And I thought, hey, this guy's off of his rocker, dude. And now I'm looking back and I'm going like, I wish I hadn't dismissed so many stories because other people are telling me the same thing. I had a guy talking to me about Mothman. And
mini as in small or mini as adult, like?
No, they were little mini size, like little miniature ones,
wow.
not full size. They were like 5 feet, something like that. You know, smaller than people. You know, smaller than a normal person.
The second one I saw was like 5.5 feet tall. It was just a tiny little shit.
Yeah. So I don't know. I had to pull you out there, Fire Free, because I don't know if you're not able to see us, but if he's in Iran, so he can't really. He's having a hard time with his connection. So I apologize to anybody out there who may have. I had people. Somebody was on Reddit talking about, this guy's a jerk. He's a TV. I didn't know who he was. He was real, like what it was. And then the guy with me and Vic, who was mad. That guy like stalked us for a while. He would show up and like, fuck you guys, man. You Vic Cunningham, because he was mad at us because we didn't. He was talking about he saw a lemur, like it was a were lemur, you know, like
a were lemur.
And so we kind of went on my first anniversary show with Ken Gerhard. Me and Vic kind of made fun of him. I felt kind of bad about it because who knows? Maybe he really did see that. But a year into this, or a year into having my own show, not because I was doing Vic's show for like 3 years. But you're just kind of like, well, that's not a dog man. I kept arguing with this guy. So did Vic. It's not a dog man. I don't know what the hell you saw, but that's obviously not what this is. You saw a lemur. At least that's what it was. A prehensile tail and all this other stuff. He was describing it, and he goes, well, how would you know lemurs are in Madagascar? I said, bullshit. There's a whole colony of them here in Austin. They were in my neighborhood. You're describing one. So that guy was mad at me forever, dude, and he went on and talked a bunch of crap, and I'm like, who cares, man? The bottom line is this, dude. You fumble through, you live and you learn, you make mistakes, you try to, do what's right, and always succeed. I mean, I'm not perfect. I've never sat up here and acted all like, proselytize and pontificated to people, be like, I'm such a good, holy person. I don't. Bullshit, man. I'm a normal person who screws up. I make mistakes. We all do. I mean, we've joked around about Tony putting things in wrong files and folders. I've done it too. I've gone in there and been like, what is this? Like the mummy. I thought there was a mummy. It was a cat.
Yeah.
It was in a mummified cat. I mean, I didn't know that person. And I was talking to the lady and she's like, it was a horrible thing. And I'm going like, oh shit, this really happened. This person's cat got mummified or something, Then it turned out that it was like in the back, buried in the backyard, and they found it, but it wasn't hers. Thank goodness. It was a whole thing. So it just you make mistakes. I could write a book about all the weird near misses and things that have happened. I tell you one thing. I made a mistake. I had Melvin Greathouse come on. I thought it was Melvin Harrison, and so I had 2 Melvins, both African American guys or black guys, whatever. I don't like saying African American. It sounds like you're patronizing, whatever. But Melvin came in. He's a great guy. He told his story, whatever. But he was not the guy I thought he was. So we had advertised for the Reptilian encounter out in Albuquerque, and we had a passel of those stories. And I said, we got to start throwing those out there. Why are there so many of them in Albuquerque? Why are there so many weird things in Flagstaff, Arizona?
Yeah.
I mean, there are places like Sedona. I think Sedona is one of them, Santa Fe, New Mexico is another one. They're very weird places. When they say that New Mexico is the land of enchantment, I'm telling you that they know what they're talking about. I've got some really weird stories out of there. I mean, New Mexico is a weird place. I had a guy tell me a guy and a gal both tell me a story on the way to Ruidoso that they saw. Remember they saw a guy on fire?
Yeah.
Like he was burning up and then he just vanished. You're just like, wow. Weird stuff, man. Weird stuff. And then you get closer to the reservations and then you get a lot of weird stuff. I have been fortunate enough that the Native Americans have allowed me to go to their properties, and go to their reservations, the Utes, the Mescalera. I've been able to do that. I've been fortunate. I've had, they haven't been, crappy to me or anything. But I know some people don't. Like I get along with the Lakota and the Shoshone and the Arapaho. Talked to some Menominee. I've talked to like what is Craig Breen? He's Ojibwe, right?
Yeah.
Craig's Ojibwe. I've talked to a lot of different natives, and they've all said the same thing, that they think I'm on the right track and they like what I'm doing. So that's a good thing. That's because so many people will take what they want out of their culture and just use it and bastardize it, and then say, well, this is what the natives said. There's a bunch of different tribes, and they're not all saying the same thing. And there's a lack of respect there, I think. But I'm not one of those people that is also, I'm not one of those people that does the, to get kind of credit or whatever, like, oh, I'm cool with them. I'm cool with the black people. I'm cool with the Asian people. People are people, man. And, and everybody's got their flaws. Some people piss me off. Some people don't. It just depends. I don't care. I'm not one of those people.
I just came up to,
if you want to bail, that's fine. I'm going to get out of here, man.
Yeah, it's kind of late over here. It's 1:26, but I just up just to share a couple of stories. I have plenty more, but we'll do that another time.
Come back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'll just want to say peace, everyone. Hey, take care, guys.
All right, Franco.
Good night.
Bye, brother.
So you guys that are new here, like Bree and Steven, like, you guys aren't new, but you're new to here. Now you kind of know, what we're about and whatever. Not everybody's cup of tea.
I got a story about something that happened on the reserve to my buddy from church. It's just a short little one. When he was real hard into the liquor.
How short? Because I gotta go.
Like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Here we go. Let's tell me.
All right, a minute tops, bro. He said he was with this Indian woman, and the two of them were hard at her in bed. And then he said as soon as that was over with, she literally turned into a werewolf right beside him in the bed and roared and growled and everything else at him. That was it. But he went back to the bar the next day and told them all that she had turned into a werewolf. And then
time's up.
They disappeared her.
No way. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, because she was skinwalking.
Yeah, well, that is a very serious offense, and
Or are you sure she was just a beast in bed?
Was that it?
Or are you sure she just wasn't a beast in bed and the guy couldn't handle her?
No, Brent said she full on changed. Full on changed. Yeah.
I would have liked to seen what those puppies looked like.
I can tell you this, man. There was a story that I didn't get to last night. There's a woman out in California who swears up and down that the guy that she was with was a werewolf or some kind of something. It's crazy, dude. So I'm gonna get to that. I got to do the recording, so we'll have something for tomorrow for the podcast. We got a podcast, not just a YouTube channel, and the podcast people, like I've said before, I call them the pod people. They're not interested in YouTube. They're just like, no, we're not doing YouTube. They just, it's weird too, because we'll pump out 3 or 4 shows on YouTube and the people on the podcast will say, you haven't dropped anything in a while.
Yeah.
I hate that so much, dude. I'm like, oh, slap you people, man. But I love them too. Right?
Some of the best stories are on the live stream, man.
You cannot get those people they're just in their little pod, their little pea pod, right? And they ask questions that have been absolutely answered on the YouTube channel. And I will tell them, hey, go to this episode of YouTube. And they're just like, oh yeah. In other words, you're not going to do it. You're just going to, and then they'll keep asking the same shit. So
I know someone like that. They like to watch YouTube, but they get mad because they can't chat, but they won't start their own little YouTube thing so they can. I'm like, you're stupid. It's free. Come on.
You know what story they didn't hear, though, was the Shiva story.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about that one. Well, you know what, Dick? We can do that one, and you can sit in and be the co-host on that one.
Nice.
Do you have the capability for that, or do you? Because you know how to do. Can you?
Hey, I'm 2 for 5 tonight, bro.
All right, Richard. So, guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Scott, for telling that story. I know you told it on Abe's channel, but I'm just glad to hear it, man. And everybody, don't forget, Abe's channel is like literally the late night hangout. I'm there all the time. I'm always buzzing around. Usually have my shirt on. That was like,
That was funny.
not a good look, man. My hair looked terrible. I just looked. I
My-
didn't planning on being on camera. I would just, please forgive me. I just.
My thought was, did he just get out of the shower and just jump over here online? What's he doing?
No. I wish. I wish I was
It
looking
was a
all.
full moon and it's turning into a wolf.
Yeah.
Right?
Dude, I was just sitting there like a dumbass because Abe had us all. I went back and I watched it. It looked, it was just the little squares and I couldn't see it. And then we come back and I'm just kind of sitting there. And then I'm like, my wife comes down and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh my gosh." I said, "Oh, I probably said it on there. Oh shit,
That's okay. If it makes you feel better, Josh, I never wear pants when I'm online ever. Well, when I'm on my period, I just go.
That's hot.
I only have one leg, so hey, Richard, you're an idiot.
Richard's crazy, dude. Richard's crazy.
It's so I don't trip myself when I get up to go to the bathroom, so it's just easier for me.
I mean, but you don't have you had your legs removed, right? You had something?
My right one, yes.
Your leg, yeah, that sucks. But you're very upbeat about it. I mean, you're not about it, but you're upbeat.
If you only knew.
Some people though, when they get real like and they act like they're not going to live anymore. You've done something,
Yeah, I mean, and that was my whole thing. My life is not going to end. It's just got to change a little. I can't do the things I used to do, but I can still do things. So I woke up in the hospital after I lost my leg, and my ex-partner was sitting next to me with his head down crying. And I opened my eyes and I looked over and I said, "Shut up. My socks will last longer than yours." And he just looks up at me and goes, "Oh God, there she is." So I've never, it's all cool. Don't bother me at all.
So that show that you were on that show too, Abe, on These Woods Are Haunted. On that,
Yes.
So Deer Healer says here, "Josh, I saw you on TV with the man bun." You know what makes me mad about that? Michael Sheehan, great guy.
What?
Yeah, I don't have a man bun. I don't wear that. But I asked, didn't I specifically ask them? I said, I don't care who you use to play me, as long as they don't have a man bun. Then there's a kid with a man bun on it. I'm like, look at this guy. When he turned around and he was all okay on the phone doing the reenactment, he's a terrible actor. I could have done way better. And I was just like, what is this? Why? Oh, yeah. I told Michael, I said, look, man, I asked you something very simple. I gave you the story. This guy, I didn't get shit for it. I just said, I'll do it. You gave me the credit for the people I brought in, whatever. I said, this guy's wearing a man bun. I would never look like that shit. I would never wear a man. I would die before I wear that.
You know what? I seen a thing online. There was a guy in California that got arrested and went to jail because he was running around cutting off people's man buns.
Wow.
I was
doing,
like,
doing a public service.
If God wanted us to wear a man bun, we'd probably been born with them. How about that?
right?
Look at this, Maddie. Are you kidding? Maddie's like, to be honest, I thought Wolf had a man bun, but because of that actor who played him.
Amazing.
Obviously, before I met him in person,
Amazing.
I met Maddie at the first. Did that show come out before the first conference? No, did it?
The man bun gangster.
I don't remember.
Right?
Can you imagine back in the day when I was the thug and it'd be like, I show up at the meeting. Listen, guys, okay, you're gonna have to give me some money here. All right, I'll let you make it. I turn my head. They see the man bun. They're all like, the Russians are like, what is this? This guy is a faggotron. Why is he wearing the man bun? We beat you. We beat you with dildos. Why are you?
He'd be like, bring it on.
like, go ahead. Is that all you got? Give it to me harder. Get them. You missed the spot over here. Because I think if you have that, what are you doing with that? Like, what are you doing? That looks
catch it in your mouth.
Not masculine, dude. To me, it just looks like maybe I'm old school. I don't know. But if I see a guy with a man bun, I don't get afraid. I had a friend of mine. He was a good friend of mine, but he wore a man bun, and I mean, we sparred, and he was pretty tough. And I said, I still don't take you seriously. I mean, he gave me a big old bruise on my leg when he kicked me. I said, you're a great fighter, man, but you wear a man bun. I just can't.
The guy that plays Aquaman wore a man bun on the show.
Godly, dude.
Samoa, what's his name?
Screw him too, then. Jason
Jason?
Momoa.
Did he have
I
a
wish
man
I
bun?
had enough hair to wear a
Did he
man
wear a
bun.
man bun? That just who
I
cares?
think so.
You
You
could
know-
be the most masculine man on earth, and you put your hair in a man bun. Forget about it, dude. That's
It's
it.
why Tony. It's why Tony wears that hat to hide that big, huge man bun he's got under
Tony
there.
got he's got it in the back. What about
Women-
you, Scott? Do you have a man bun going on under the hat?
Women do that, but it's because we had to get up and do something, and we're too lazy to brush our
Well,
hair.
Scott jumped off.
Oh,
Scott jumped off. As soon as I called him out on the man bun, he was like,
he had to go let his man bun down.
he goes, "Oh, shit." He figured it out.
He's going to shave it.
Yeah. He's like, it's part of my Maori culture.
You didn't even notice that Dick and I wore our best shirts tonight.
Yes,
What?
I
Did you
noticed that,
coordinate
Tony.
that?
You know,
Did you
we
coordinate that?
got our best shirt on, and they actually button up. Instead, it's not a t-shirt.
Mhm.
Wow.
Right?
What is
Great
that
minds
you're
think
wearing
alike.
there? What is that, Abe?
Oh, they live. All right.
Wow.
Repping the Carpenter. Good job, man.
I just finally seen that show after all.
Oh,
these years.
you really?
Yeah,
That is an epic classic.
I know.
Yeah,
I
I was
don't know how
shocked.
I missed it.
I tried to get her to watch it for a while. She finally
And I'm a horror movie buff. I used to own
Not
a
me.
crap load of things, but I don't know why that never caught my eye. I never seen it. A week ago, I watched it. I'm like,
I'm not a big horror movie guy.
what have I
I
been
would, though, my most ardent dream, if it's anything in entertainment, and I don't consider this just entertainment, but entertainment wise, I would like to make a great werewolf movie.
There
And
go.
you could make one because you could take from the stories that we have gotten here at PRT, and you could make an epic werewolf movie.
No
I'm-
kidding.
You
I'm
would just
surprised.
have to have the money to make the good costume. That would be
Yeah.
the key, the key, because they make these werewolves look so stupid in these movies. It's like, where is the
Van
budget?
Helsing.
Is that bad?
Van
Yeah, you had a
Helsing.
Van
That was
Helsing
a
type
good
werewolf.
looking werewolf. Yeah,
You sound like you thought he was sexy or something. Like
he was.
oh my god!
He was
Are
all.
you sure you're not friends with the
muscular.
guy from Massachusetts that was trolling us with the sexy werewolf, sexy time? I was
Look,
like,
if I was going to get beat up and ate by a werewolf, I want it to at least look sexy so I can try to enjoy it.
oh my god!
And
You're
the
getting
girl.
eaten by a werewolf. That's a terrible thing. It would be horrible.
Well, it would, but
Yeah.
have you seen those arms?
Jeez. I don't know. Abe's always taking pictures of himself flexing every day. He's getting it done daily, right, Abe? You getting it done with the arms?
Yeah,
Shoot.
the wolf in Elms Grove, that sucker was massive. So, like I say, the black one, or whether it's a manifestation or whatever, but it was huge. That one was like very big.
Werewolf arms.
Cocaine werewolf?
Ooh.
That's a werewolf
Hey.
making a sandwich.
I thought my arms were bad.
That's Clough right there. That's Clough. Actual footage of him at Bucky's making a sandwich.
Oh my
goodness.
god!
They're going to be on there crying tomorrow. They mentioned me. You can't quit me. You broke back ass mountain. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. The broke
There
back
was no
ass
making a
mountain.
burrito at Bucky's.
Yeah.
My werewolf's asleep in the kitchen.
Who wants to enjoy a burrito? We could have had a burrito together, but you didn't. You didn't want to be friends. No, I think there's some weird. Some weird element there.
You'd be like, you eat one end of the burrito, and I'll eat the other end of the burrito at the same time.
Oh my God. No.
That's him and Ike. That's what they're doing right now. They're
That's what
probably
they do,
enjoying
yeah.
a burrito, and Larry's over there. I'm on my way. I'm coming. I'm going to do it. So you'll get that burrito.
Yeah, I'm sure they touch burritos.
Who did we lose here? Who jumped off? They were like, we got to get out of here. They're talking crazy.
L7, I think.
L7 jumped. She's like, get out of here. I'm out of here.
Oh,
So anyways, guys, thank you for tuning in. I gotta record, man. So, and Abe, are you gonna go do your show, or what are you gonna do?
yeah, I'm going to take a little break, and probably like around 1:30. I don't know.
Sweet. I'm gonna
Yeah,
hopefully be
somewhere
done by
around
then.
maybe 1.
Richard, do you want to record with us? Do you want to be on?
Yes.
Okay.
God, jump right in there.
he seems desperate. What are you doing? You're supposed to go like, yeah, let me look at my schedule. You just look at a wrist with no watch. I think I got it. I don't know. I got a little bit of
Yes.
time. Being unemployed has afforded me the luxuries of.
There you go. Right.
You know, when you're talking about a watch, Josh, I bought one of these Samsung watches. Like if I fall down out in the yard, it calls my wife and tells her to come look for the body. Well, when we were talking, when you were talking about Democrats,
a
warning came up that I needed to calm down.
What?
It did.
Oh my gosh, dude!
I needed to try deep breathing exercises or something.
That's technology trying to tell you what
Just
to
take
do.
the battery out next time it chirps you like that, Tony.
Do what?
Take the battery out for an hour next time it beaks you off like that, bro.
Well, people need to understand something though too. When I say something about Democrats, doesn't mean I like the Republicans. I just don't. I just hate them less than I hate the Democrats. We need a third party. We need a third party. We really do. Because things are just so ridiculous.
What we need.
Yeah.
I'm fixing.
All right, Tony. Well, you hang in there, man, and I'll see you guys later. I got to jump.
All right.
I got to run. Steve, thank you for coming on, man, and
thank you for having me,
Yeah,
Josh.
and if you guys want to help grow your channels or whatever, I mean, I know I'm not some great special whatever, but I do have a pretty good following, and they tend to follow me, and I always keep stuff back for when I go on other people's shows, and like I've said before, I've been offered to be on the what is it called with William Shatner?
The Unexplained. 2
different times I was there, and then I coast to coast. Didn't have time for it. Now I did go on Ellie Marzulli because he's a friend, and I've been on many people's shows that are my friends. I've been on Clyde Lewis a couple times. I like Clyde, but I just if I don't have a connection with the people, I don't do it. It's just the way it is. So Ellie Marzulli happened because his son-in-law is a fan of the show. He comes on Orem. He's always on here, and so that's how me and Ellie hooked up and started working together. But I don't do shows, other people's shows. I just don't. I don't have time for it. If I had time, if I was like Dick Richards here and it didn't work, I would just do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But
hang out at the beach all day.
But I'm one of those people. I will do someone's smaller channel show before I'll do a bigger channel show, just because that's my friend.
Right.
And Ellie is awesome. Yeah, Maddie, he is a good guy. I like talking to him. And so but that's the thing. I'm not, and it's like I said, I just those guys out in California were like, hey, come here. And then the show that I was going to have you on, the Jason Bland, they picked him up to do it. I think Monica Rollins is going to be on it too, and a few other people that I gave them. But they wanted me to go fly out to either Florida or Seattle, and I told them I couldn't.
Right.
I said, I can't do that right now. I got a real estate thing I've got going on. I've got freaking just a lot of stuff. The ranch, it needs my attention. I have the show, and I'm trying to get this book done, but I'm just missing something. I don't know what it is. I'm not happy with it. I'm just not happy with it. I can't get it right. And so there's that. And then I have, a ton of work to do, with my security company, and we're kind of growing. I don't know, we're a little too fast, and I wanted to slow down. And so I don't like things blowing up too fast, because that's how business. It sounds like a great thing, but folks, if you're in business, let me give you some advice. I've been in business 20 years with this company. You don't want to grow too fast, and when you things start popping off too quick, and then you can't staff it, and you have things can get out of hand real quick. Payroll can eat your ass too. I'm telling you. Yep. So, there's a delicate balance there that has to be struck. And so I have only enough time in the day. So I told these people, I said, when can you come? I said, I can't give you a time when I can. I don't. So I gave them a ton of witnesses. They can use them, do what they're going to do. If they want to be, on the show, whatever, and they want to use them, great. That's all I can do. I did the same thing on that other show that we were on. And people still tell me, I was like, oh, yeah, I saw you on that show. I didn't advertise it. I never told anybody. And say, hey, I was on this show. And it's not because the guy with the man bun. I just kind of did it as a favor. I was just like, okay, I'll do it or whatever. But, so Anyways, guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming on. Guys, go check out Steven's show, Yissel Missile, and Bree, your show, Beyond the Box.
Beyond the Box.
Yeah,
Yes.
BTB.
Yes.
So now you know when somebody says BTB, that's what they're saying.
Yep. All right. Thank you
Yep.
for having me on.
I thought BTB meant beating them badly.
It could be.
That's what we've been doing, been beating them badly. We've been winning, and everybody's mad. They're like, hey, why is he so good at what they're doing? They don't deserve it. We do. You know, the people that deserve it are the ones that put in the damn work. It's the people that deserve it. All right.
Yes. All right.
All right, guys.
See you.
We're going to run. We'll let you go.
Abe, I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Later, Abe. Tony, Yissel, Bree, love you guys.
So, are you ready? We're going to go.
I'm ready.
Cool.
I was born ready.
Well, you look it.
Yeah. Chomping at the bit here, bro.
You got that Tim Hortons in you. You're like, I'm ready. I ate you ate some Tim Hortons, but just so you worked today, right? You said you worked finally.
Yeah. I've been doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So
You got to get you down here, man. You got to apply for the visa.
I know.
Down here, and everybody can have you sitting in the studio here with us.
I've got my my passport here filled out, ready to go. So
yeah. Come down, we can work on getting you down here and stuff. And you know, I think you'll be happy if you
I really
came.
appreciate it. Yeah.
I'd love to see anybody get out of Canada before they close you all in there, dude. That place is
for real, man.
It's a tomb. I'm telling you.
An Indian tomb.
Yeah. it's one giant 7-Eleven. Right?
It's a heck of a situation here.
Bad, dude.
I know.
Yeah. And the mayor of Toronto, what did she you talking like
Cho. Yeah, Cho.
Dude.
Oh man.
The rain, you'll not pay the rain tax. Why you do? Get out of here.
It's completely insane.
It is. It's an insane asylum down there. Big old country. Beautiful country. Been there a couple times, but beautiful. I've been to British Columbia and I've been to Windsor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never been to Toronto. Right?
You're not missing much. It's Sodom and Gomorrah now.
Oh, I've heard. People don't realize it's the third largest city in North America.
Damn right it is. It's freaking huge. It takes like 3 hours to drive across.
It's bigger than Chicago. And people are like, oh, it's a big city. No, it's not a big city. It's a big city. People don't realize.
Damn right it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the fourth largest. I think Mexico City is it's New York, then Mexico City, then LA, then Toronto, I believe. I think that's correct.
They say the population is what it is, but with all the people coming in, I guarantee you there's another 2-3 million people that are
definitely because there's so many illegals there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely
overrun the law, but they're not. So Paul says you will be released from the oppressed Canada.
Yeah, no kidding. I need to be.
Texas is like the polar opposite of that shit. It just is. All right, guys, we're gonna run here. I'll see you in a little bit, Dick. I'll send you the link or whatever.
Okay.
You can hop on.
Sounds great.
All right, man. So, guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being the best part of what makes PRT is the audience. And thank you for tuning in and all the people who told their encounters tonight, told their stories. And we'll do it again next Monday. But I'll see you tomorrow night on the podcast episode. Remember, it's a pre-record. It's a pre-recorded show. It's not the live. Everybody thinks it's live. It's not, just because there's a chat. But it's a pre-record, and then we'll see you again on Wednesday where we do this, where I tell encounters. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We love you. Good night.